5:30 today night. 5:30 today, I could we haven't. Sometimes it's taken the spur road.
So I've done one already, and they're doing it with long might need to be in the hour. So
Yeah.
they just don't use it.
No. You know, we did it. We don't regret it, but job.
Am I doing right? What time does Chancellor actually leave? we're not doing one now. There's no live in 10.
Sorry?
No, we're not doing. There's no live this hour. No live in 10. So next thing is 11. But there's you'll see in the new cabinet as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is austerity coming back? Are the poorest to be protected? Good morning. Mr. Stride, how long is the pay going to go on for?
There's almost a line up in it. That's really all, that's right. No.
Are the poorest to be protected, Mr. Zahawi? Is it austerity 2.0? What does it mean for household budgets, Mr. Prentice?
Jumping, and I said, no, we said, I realised it.
Is it austerity 2.0, Mr. Rath? Is austerity coming back, Mr. Cleverley? How much extra tax are we all paying?
Coming out thick and fast.
Is austerity coming back, Mr. Harper? Morning.
It might come out the back.
household budgets? Are we all getting poorer? Yes.
Yep,
Very
yeah.
much.
Yeah. What part of do you not understand? 2 words, F, and then I.
Joke. Yeah. Someone's going to do that again. Chancellor Jeremy Hunt. Yes.
Who did that on here?
It's been done several times. Someone on the BBC. The thing is, once you start thinking, yeah, fine, I'll have that. Well, he's walking that way, so okay. Yeah, he always walks that way. Yeah, comes out. Depending on who it is, it stops for Quasi didn't stop, he just came out. Sorry? I mean, it's 11:30, so... No, that's what it is, so... There you go. I wasn't far out. That might be about... No. Normally, it's 4, because he just went upstage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he is also... Yeah, so... As you say, there's no bikes, there's no escort vehicles. No, I think it's just going out the back. The light's going out the back.
PM.
Sorry?
PM or...
PM, yeah. Oh no, Scott's come out the front. To do anything else with the constitutional crisis. Sorry? That's where it is. That's his house. That's the office of the Chancellor.
It is that.
Yeah. He's not living there now, is he? PM's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think PM's actually got 10 floors now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She did one here.
This addiction thing.
Annoying kind of. Oh no, that's perfect. I like all these. That's perfect. Thank you.
He's addicted. He's an addict who take anything.
I'm one of the annoying ex-smokers. He's
More like that with 11 and 10. Given everyone seems to have got.
I'm sorry, I don't smoke. Okay.
Yeah, sure, why not? Thank you, appreciate it.
50 quid back. Chancellor.
Are we all going to be poorer, Mr. Wallace?
Are the missiles Ukrainian? Yeah. Oh, nice outfit. It's very good, he normally looks.
Well, I don't normally. I don't think so. But last week, I was doing this and he shouted back to the street. Where's he from?
I know, I was here. He came out with a
That lucky is obviously from the music for the 10 coffee like that. Like, he had a 10 off. Yeah, so he thought he was like,
brilliant. I love it. Best out.
yeah, and at the Tory conference, he grabbed Richard Graham. Like, oh, that's the best thing. He was answering really well, but like, grabbed Richard so that he could see on camera and use any what he's saying. That's deep.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, how many prime ministers has he faced?
It's great. Yeah.
Look, it's a lot of it. That must be close to it. What's the name of it? I've seen it turn out several times.
Well, I mean, it's fine. Someone
Did you ever do no moves? Honestly, she just did it. She did it into the wall. To walk up the creek. Okay, you're walking, you know, it's not set off. Oh no. I hated it. So it was a real. And when Morris called that one, she went down the woods. My reporter didn't like it because he said she's not. Yeah. My money's down there because there's none of his cars in.
Yeah, I think
All
we'll go down.
I think he'll not want to take away the limelight and he won't want to question the shout at him.
Yeah, I think he'll go down.
Yeah.
He'll be out the back door, won't he? I'm hedging my bets. I've just about got both doors in. How are you anyway?
Yeah, well, yeah. No, I've been to the States a couple of times. So I feel like I've been on holiday, like the sunshine and roundness.
I couldn't believe Trump. How many people still believe Trump was appointed to all that?
Although we were in Florida and they really like Ron DeSantis.
Oh, yeah.
Loads of them are like, they don't want to say they don't like Trump, but they've moved on. Yeah, it was quite interesting.
That's good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Well, I don't know what Ron DeSantis is any better.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
he's not as many. At least it's not like a cult.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was interesting. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's nice to have a bit of politics. I must admit, when this year started, I did say to them, if I do nothing else this year, I really want to do the midterms.
You're not back up on.
Should be.
There's be no reason why we're not. Quite look at them.
It's amazing because you watch that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was like media. It's not really like in the media go like media led me to believe he was tall. It's like media led me to believe he was at least not flash.
No.
It's just I don't know what it is. You can't really gauge how tall people are on
I
the telly,
think
and he has a long face.
Yeah.
So it just makes me think he's tall.
Yeah. No, I know.
He's a very slight man, isn't he?
Loads of people who watch it. Yeah, plus they release it for the treasury stuff. Like hands, like, and he's so tiny.
It goes to show that when you get so much money, you can.
Yeah, that's exactly
Well, his wife's got got somebody, it's essential. They brought out all part of the staff. Three with drinks.
Yeah.
And we were sort of
He looked, I was in front of the I watched the ratings and get ready.
When they got to like, you know, right towards the end, they're there like, it's like they just make them laugh, so it's quite hard to
What, and the trick is to be really...
Yeah. You've got to turn there. It's what? Everybody group, you over to two groups, and you keep saying, yeah, they keep saying, people look what they're doing, well, their show, and the A group are doing alcohol, I saw it on there.
Really, so he made the A group?
Yeah.
Good looking, doesn't laugh at all.
He got sprayed out, he was very random. They knew it.
I see. It's just to sort of say... Oh, wow, that's...
I was really glad when he told me, like, he said, yes, you can ask him to turn around to all of them to see it, and it's still happening.
Yeah.
And they're trying not their own.
Yeah, because you know it's a test.
Yeah. And he said, towards the end,
Yeah. No, you can't keep order like that, can you?
I think maybe they had. He had 2 days later. He had a full service coming.
Yeah.
He was like, So it was only an 18 cost. He's done bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, we can't get on shit. Which is basically 3 weeks later. It's done like 5 years. It's like 3 weeks later. Your job. Certain time. We've been doing all this business. So they're not going to ship it to the
Yeah, because that's close to
so that's
contact.
now
Yeah, they're all back to it. Yeah. Mind you, okay,
The other thing is,
but again, they're still watching you, aren't they?
Yeah. Everything.
If you believe you've got the ability
Yeah.
to just do that kind of stuff and just sit and watch.
Sorry, before you try something, tell you what, maybe said he wanted to do it because he was a really
Yeah,
it is just a fun job. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But, they're still performing a lot.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's a good career, isn't it?
Why is it not fine?
I think you just read fire in line.
Sorry, I couldn't get you to just stop. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Down there, isn't it? That's the car.
We actually pictures of it.
Nice. Okay. Right.
They're not PM ones, are they?
No, I think that's.
The ones that park here,
Yeah.
you move them so that
That's not the
I'm going to go and ask Steve back because he's looked at
the thing is still Jack, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's still Jack, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
sometimes you get a similar though.
Yeah.
It does.
The outriders are around the back.
Ah, that means yeah. That's PM. You've got security staying back here.
Yeah.
a side profile.
Otherwise, they have a flip phone account a lot ago, and they hand out a lot of them.
No. Isn't that Darth Vader music?
Who's responsible for this mess, Mr. Hunt? Are we all going to be poorer? Is this austerity 2.0?
Pledged our support for the UN brokered deal to keep grain shipments moving in the Black Sea. That deal, I'm pleased to say, has now been renewed. 2/3 of Ukraine's wheat goes to developing countries. With famine looming, it is desperately needed, and Russia must uphold its part of this deal. We agreed action to improve energy security by accelerating the transition to clean energy. And we launched a new Just Energy Transition Partnership with Indonesia, which will unlock billions in private finance for new green energy infrastructure. And finally, we committed to maintain free markets, free trade, and to reform the World Trade Organization. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I held my first meeting with President Biden. We pledged to redouble our support for Ukraine and to continue deepening our cooperation, including on energy security and managing the challenges posed by China. I met Prime Minister Modi, where we reviewed progress on our forthcoming FTA. I discussed our extension to the CPTPP with the Prime Ministers of Japan, Canada, and Australia, and I met with almost every other leader at the summit, with the exception of Russia. In each of these discussions, there was a shared determination to restore stability, deliver long-term growth, and drive a better future. One where no single country has the power to hold us back. In just a few moments, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, will build on these international foundations when he sets out the autumn statement, putting our economy back onto a positive trajectory and restoring our fiscal sustainability. Mr. Speaker, by being strong abroad, we strengthen our resilience at home. So we will continue to support Ukraine. We will continue to stand up for the rule of law and the fundamental principles of sovereignty and self-determination. And we will build a global economy that is more secure, more stable, and more resilient. Because this is what the gravity of the moment demands. And this is how we will ensure that our country emerges from this crisis stronger than it was before. And I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for an advance copy of his statement. What should have been a summit focused on global economic recovery and delivering clear commitments on climate change was sadly overshadowed by the unjustifiable actions of Russia and their illegal war in Ukraine. Civilian infrastructure targeted across Ukraine and a war of aggression rumbling on as world leaders tried to reach agreement. Whatever the outcome of the investigation into the missile incident in Poland, it is a stark reminder of the danger Russia's unjustifiable war has brought to the border of our NATO allies. We must remain vigilant and united in our opposition to this pointless and brutal conflict. And as I've said many times from this dispatch box, and to the Prime Minister personally, whatever other differences we may have across this House, and there are many, when it comes to the defence of Ukraine, we stand as one. And on behalf of members on this side of the House, well, across the House, I want to send condolences to those killed in Poland. Poland's measured reaction to the incident and the calm heads that have prevailed over the past 2 days is welcome. I listened carefully to what the Prime Minister said about this and agree with him that no country can be blamed for defending itself. We do need to get to the bottom of this, and obviously the investigation is ongoing, but can I ask the Prime Minister when he expects those investigations to be finalised? Russia is losing this war, so I welcome the G20's communiqué, which set out that most members strongly condemn the war in Ukraine. And I ask the Prime Minister, has further support for Ukraine been discussed amongst Western allies? And what efforts are taking place to open a diplomatic roadmap to rid Ukraine of Russian troops and bring an end to the conflict? It is crucial we work to find international unity to further isolate Putin. That will include working with China. We do not underestimate the challenges China poses to global security. And we must defend the human rights of the Uyghur and democracy in Hong Kong. But our approach must be measured, and it is in our interest to work with China on the climate crisis, trade, and most importantly, isolating Putin. I was glad to see constructive dialogue on these issues between President Biden and President Xi. And I'd like to ask the Prime Minister if he believes this summit marks a change in Western-China relations, and whether his government is now taking a different approach from his predecessor to British-China relations. Mr. Speaker, after a decade of low growth in this country, it's crucial we open new trade opportunities. Prime Minister has said he met Prime Minister Modi, where a future UK-India trade deal was discussed. This deal has previously been put in doubt by his Home Secretary, indicating she would not support it. Labour does support a trade deal with India. We believe this can bring new opportunities to promote and create new jobs here in Britain. So can he tell us when he now expects this deal to be completed? And if measures on visas will be included in the overall deal? And, if so, can he guarantee his whole cabinet will actually support it? Can he also tell us whether in his meeting with President Biden, the UK-US trade deal was discussed? Or can we assume that this deal now has no prospect of being delivered anytime soon? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Prime Minister whether the Northern Ireland Protocol was raised by either US or EU colleagues? Failure to make progress is hurting British research, development and trade, all at a time when we need to remove barriers for British business. Fixing this issue could lead to a better relationship with our biggest trading partners, an opportunity for our scientists and our exporters. An end to the past 2 years of unnecessary fights and division. So when is he going to deliver? Mr. Speaker, our international alliances have never been so crucial for global stability and our own stability. We on this side of the House know that standing up to Russia's aggression will require further sacrifice. But we must make those sacrifices because taking no action is not an option. The message from all of us must be clear. Ukraine will win and Putin will lose. Democracy and liberty will defeat imperialism again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I start by thanking the right honourable gentleman for his words about the situation in Ukraine and Russia, and for his condemnation of the Russian aggression and steadfast support for the government and indeed this whole House's position on Ukraine. He's right to ask about the further support that we'll be providing. He'll know that we have provided £1.5 billion in economic and humanitarian support to Ukraine, alongside obviously the military assistance. We are hosting a reconstruction conference in the UK next year, and there's an ongoing dialogue about what further support that the Ukrainian government needs from us and others. In the short term, we are in the process of providing 25,000 pieces of winter equipment for the brave Ukrainian soldiers, but also funding to help restore some of the damage done to their energy infrastructure, which I know has been warmly welcomed by President Zelensky. Just to briefly turn to some of his other questions, on China, I very much supported President Biden in his meeting with President Xi. The President and I discussed that meeting at length. I believe that our approach to China is aligned entirely with that of the US and indeed our other allies like Canada and Australia. Of course, China poses significant challenges to our values, our interests, and indeed our economic security. It's right that we take the steps necessary to defend ourselves against them, but it is also right to engage in dialogue where that can make a difference on solving some of the pressing global challenges that we all collectively face. He asked about the Northern Ireland. I have discussed this issue with both my European counterparts and indeed the President in various meetings, not just at the G20. I remain committed to finding a solution to the challenges posed by the protocol. It is clearly having an impact on families and businesses on the ground in Northern Ireland. The people of Northern Ireland deserve to have a functioning executive, particularly at a time like this, and it's something that I will devote my energies to bringing about. And I've had so far very constructive relationships with both the President and our European counterparts, including the Taoiseach last week on this particular issue. On trade, I think the broad overarching comment I would make to him is, when it comes to trade deals, whoever they may be with, what I won't do is sacrifice quality for speed. I think it is important. I think it is important that we take the time. It is important that we take the time to get trade deals right. Of course, this government believes wholeheartedly in the power and the benefits of free trade. It's something that we will champion around the world. With regard, I did discuss the free trade agreement with India, and both the Prime Minister and I committed our teams to working as quickly as we can to see if we can bring a successful conclusion to those negotiations. With regard to the US, their priorities are in lots of different areas, but with regard to trade, what we are doing, and the President and I discussed this, we are deepening our economic relationship. The United States is already our single largest trading partner. We're doing more with individual states to broaden our trade relationships, and we've seen recent action on tariffs with regard to steel, aluminium and agricultural exports, all of which is good for the UK economy. And of course, we are in the process of some exciting conversations about joining CPTPP. That is real evidence of our country's commitment to the Indo-Pacific region. Is something that is supported by the Prime Ministers of Canada, Australia and Japan, and hopefully we can bring those negotiations to conclusion in the near future. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd just say that my reflections on the summit and indeed on attending COP are that the United Kingdom is at its best when we are an engaged and active member of the global community, where we are standing up for our values, where we are defending our interests, but also spreading prosperity and alleviating poverty and suffering. I'm pleased to have had conversations with so many leaders over the past couple of days. It can confirms to me that they very much welcome the UK's support in achieving all of those objectives, and that's what this government will set about doing.
Chair of the Select Committee, Alicia Coates.
Dialogue is never weakness. So will my right honourable friend tell us when he intends to reschedule his meeting with Xi Jinping? Because this is not an endorsement of the Chinese Communist Party, but an opportunity to set forward our red lines, particularly on the hostile actions we've seen on UK soil in the last month. But we do also need to see shortly a strategy from the Prime Minister on China. Will he also inform the House what progress is made at the G20 on isolating Russia, with India and other nations who are not as aligned with us on Ukraine, because they are key to global stability and also to ending bloodshed?
Well, I thank the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee for her excellent question. She's absolutely right about the importance of dialogue. She would have heard what I said to the Leader of the Opposition. We are in the process of refreshing our integrated review, and no doubt our approach to China will be a part of that. But in the meantime, she's right that dialogue also offers the opportunity for us to raise issues of concern, defending our values and interests, particularly with regard to areas like Hong Kong, which we will continue to do as the opportunity arises. She's also right to point out the position of those non-aligned countries. I think we should all take enormous comfort from the fact that the G20 communique was actually agreed. It was substantive, comprehensive, and contained strong language of condemnation about Russia's aggression. That was by no means assured just a week or so ago, and I think speaks to the feeling in the international community, something that I saw across the G20 table, as many, if not all, almost all countries took the opportunity to say something about Russia's actions and join us in condemning it. But there is always work to do, and we will continue to have that dialogue with those partners.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement. Mr. Speaker, with the Russian military continuing to fire deadly missiles at civilians right across Ukraine, I sincerely hope that Putin's foreign minister was made to feel the justified anger and disgust by those attending the G20. And with that in mind, can I begin by asking the Prime Minister what progress has been made at these summits to further isolate Putin's regime on the international stage? The whole world must stand together on Russian sanctions, and we must make sure that those responsible for crimes against humanity face justice. And what progress has been made to ensure there is no weakening in the international resolve to stand with Ukraine until the victory for their people? Mr. Speaker, in terms of G20 discussions on the economy, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor keep referring to the global factors to blame for the financial crisis facing families across these islands. It's the excuse that they are using to impose austerity 2.0 in today's financial statement. But if this is really all to do with global factors, can the Prime Minister explain why the UK is the only G7 economy that is smaller today than it was before the pandemic? Why is the UK the only G7 country enacting austerity 2.0? The reality is this is a political choice. And finally, on the proposed Indo-Pacific trade deal, the latest Brexit fire sale that threatens to sell out our farmers and crofters. Not only this evidence continues to mount that the Brexit effect to reduce our economy by 4%, a factor that is driving Tory austerity. Just this week we heard from the former DEFRA Secretary who retrospectively ripped apart the trade deal with Australia and the damaging impact it will have on our agri-food sector. A deal, I would remind the opposite benches, endorsed by every single Conservative MP. So can the Prime Minister explain to Scotland's food and farming industries why he is so committed to pursuing yet another Brexit deal which will deliver a hammer blow to their businesses?
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the honourable gentleman's comments about Russia and Ukraine. Thank him for those. He should be reassured that the Russian Foreign Minister felt, I think, the full assault of allies, including the United Kingdom, in Putin's absence, of the absolute outrage that the international community feels what is happening, and that will continue to do so when Russia attend these fora. With regard to farming, look, this government is an absolute champion of British farming and farmers. It will remain the case, and it will continue and it will continue to find opportunities to put great British produce on the tables of many more families around the world. And that's what we will continue to do. I'll just briefly address his comments on the economy, because I just point out, I mean, he had a few different stats. It's worth bearing in mind that we've just come from a G20 summit where 2/3 of those G20 members sitting around that table are experiencing inflation rates north of 7%. The IMF predicts that 1/3 of the world's economy is already or will shortly be in recession. And if he took the time to read the G20 communique, he will see that actually the global picture is very clear. Countries around the world are grappling with high energy prices, high food prices, and rising interest rates. And indeed, many countries around the world, like us, have committed, as does the international community, to ensuring fiscal sustainability as a path to improving those. That is absolutely the challenge that we confront. It's absolutely the challenge that the Chancellor will meet head on, and we will make those decisions with fairness and with compassion.
Chair, this Defence Select Committee to myself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I strongly welcome the Prime Minister's words at the G20 in condemning Russia's aggression in Ukraine. I've just returned from Odessa with the Defence Select Committee, where there is huge appreciation for the British efforts in supporting Ukraine at this time. But just 1/5 of those grain ships are able to get out compared with prior to the war. And with Russia's maritime force severely diminished, Odessa is calling out for a new, more efficient grain deal. Would the Prime Minister agree to meet with me to look at securing a UN General Assembly resolution bypassing the Security Council, which would grant Odessa humanitarian safe haven status and the formation of a UN-led maritime force so those vital grain ships can be escorted safely out of Odessa?
Well, my honourable friend is right to highlight the importance of the grain shipments through Odessa. I'm very pleased that after concerted effort on our part and other allies with the United Nations Secretary-General, the grain deal has indeed been extended, which was in some doubt just days ago. I think that demonstrates the pressure that was put on Russia by the international community. He knows the importance of the free flow of both food and fertilisers to the developing world through those ships. I'd be delighted to meet with him to see what more we could do, but I think for now we should be very pleased that the grain deal is being extended. It's already seeing a decline in wheat prices, and that will bring some alleviation to the food inflation that we're seeing, particularly in the African continent.
Chris Brown.
Mr. Speaker, Putin's aggression was allowed to prosper for too long, ever since 2008, you could argue, so I completely support what the Prime Minister has said and done in supporting Ukraine against the barbarism of the Russian Federation. But just on China, can I ask him, I understand the realpolitik of this last week, but the concentration camps in the Xinjiang province continue, as does the genocide, and the suppression of human rights in Hong Kong continues. So can I just ask him to do one thing which the United States of America has already done, which is sanction Carrie Lam?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that the United Kingdom has led efforts to hold China to account, including imposing sanctions on senior Chinese officials and mobilising international support to hold China to account at the United Nations. And as we heard previously, we will use dialogue as an opportunity to raise the concerns we have on Xinjiang and other human rights abuses as we see them.
John Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I commend the Prime Minister for the leadership this country is providing across a range of issues, including Russia. As to our ascension to the CPTPP, does he share my enthusiasm and optimism, given that this is a trading bloc that represents nearly 15% of the world's GDP, and it offers so many opportunities for so many export industries, including the Scotch industry, which tariffs would fall from 100% in many cases to 0. I'm sure that is something even the SNP could raise a glass to when we join.
My honourable friend puts it very, very well. And he's right about the importance of CPTPP. Not only the very significant economic benefits that he mentions, but also the strategic benefits about the United Kingdom being an engaged member of the Indo-Pacific community. As I said, I discussed with the Prime Ministers of Australia, Japan and Canada. There's incredible excitement about us joining, and we'll continue to conclude those negotiations as quickly as possible.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister will know that the last G20 agreed to on-lend $100 billion of IMF special drawing rights to help tackle the crisis of food fragility and climate finance in the Global South. To date, we have only agreed to share much less of our entitlement than both France and China. The crisis is now. Will the Prime Minister look again at how we can increase our on-lending to this multilateral effort, not least to make good for the appalling decision to slash our aid budget?
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was pleased as Chancellor to actually usher through the special drawing rights allocation at the IMF, which is providing enormous relief to countries around the world. I met with the Managing Director of the IMF to discuss how we can do more. But remember, the SDR allocation is just one part of our efforts to support people around the world. Also recently pleased to announce a £1 billion commitment to the Global Fund, something that was warmly welcomed, especially by countries in Africa.
Yeah. Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
The Prime Minister to be congratulated on such successful talks with so many leaders around the world, in particular with President Modi. Could he update the House on other matters other than trade he discussed? For example, the granting of visas for highly skilled people to fill those needs in this country, possibly on environment, but above all on the issue raised by the Foreign Affairs Committee, India's stance to supporting Ukraine as the world's biggest democracy.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Our relationship and partnership with India goes so much more broadly than just a trading relationship. Actually, I was pleased to discuss increasing our security cooperation with India, work that began before my tenure, but we're keen to carry on. And also we made an announcement on a mobility scheme for young people, both from India to come here and for Brits to go there. It's a sign of what is possible, and I think those types of exchanges are both positive for countries involved and for the young people who will benefit from them.
Tamanji Singh Dasi.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, at the G20, the Prime Minister agreed with his Indian counterpart to allow an additional 3,000 Indians into the UK every year, which inevitably, in the fullness of time, will lead to an increase in immigration. But at the same time, the Home Secretary has been busy spouting anti-immigrant, anti-refugee, dog whistle rhetoric, including incendiary remarks against international Indian students, which so incensed people within India. So who exactly is in charge of immigration policy? Is it the Prime Minister or the wannabe Prime Minister?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm disappointed with the honourable gentleman's comments, because I know he doesn't believe that. I think he can actually take comfort from the announcement that we just made, which is good also for Indian students as well as it is for British students to be able to go back and forth. That is a good thing. And what the Home Secretary is rightly focused on, and nothing dog whistle about it, is clamping down on illegal migration. That's something that the British people rightly expect and demand, and it's something that the Home Secretary and this government will deliver.
Michael Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition said correctly, Russia is losing this war. And like a wounded animal, it is lashing out, using weapons now, we believe, from Iran and also from North Korea. Was any consideration given to additional sanctions on those two countries, and also possibly excluding Russia from membership of the G20?
I say to my honourable friend, the G20 is not like the G7. It's a broader grouping of countries that works by consensus, so it is not possible to expel Russia in the same way. But what he will take comfort from is that we use the opportunity to unequivocally condemn Russia's actions. With regard to sanctions on Iran and others, he will know or may be aware that we have recently imposed new sanctions on Iran, but related specifically to their treatment of protesters in the recent demonstrations. It's the right thing to do. The behaviour of the Iranian regime is not acceptable, and we should hold them to account for it.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Facing the worst drought in 40 years, tens of millions of people in East Africa are going hungry. Children are dying today of malnutrition, and the United Nations expects a famine to be declared before the end of the year. While recognising the humanitarian aid that the UK has already given, does the Prime Minister recognise that the international community now needs to do more to save lives and not wait for that formal declaration of famine?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK is already tackling this issue head-on. At UNGA, we announced funding in particular for famine support in Somalia, and our work on helping to secure an extension to the Black Sea Grain Initiative will make an enormous difference to the people that he rightly cares about, as do I. But I'd also let him know that countries in Africa were very pleased by our commitment to the Global Fund, because they know that will also help alleviate some of the difficulties that they're facing.
Siobhan Bailey.
Deputy Speaker, multinationalism has never been more important given current global pressures and threats, not least in protecting the people of Ukraine. But despite Twitter mainly having a meltdown over flowery shirts, as this was his first G20 as Prime Minister, can my right honourable friend tell us how useful he found the meeting for relationship building and consolidating joint international working?
Well, I could say to my honourable friend, of course these summits are helpful in coordinating global action on tackling challenges like inflation or indeed supporting Ukraine. But it's also helpful in building those relationships with foreign leaders that can deliver tangible benefit for people here at home. Most recently, we've seen that given the dialogue we are now having with President Macron, the French, that's led to a new deal to help us tackle illegal migration. That's an example of why these dialogues and summits matter, but it's delivering real change for people here at home.
Ben Bradshaw.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And further to his replies about our relationship with India, why are Britons alone in Europe currently excluded from the Indian e-visa scheme, which is doing more damage to our hard-pressed travel and tourism sector and extreme inconvenience for British families who want to visit relatives in India in the months to come? Did his discussions with Prime Minister Modi give him any hope that this ban might be lifted any time soon?
I can tell my honourable friend it is something that we discussed and raised. Of course, I would like to see the United Kingdom included on the e-visa scheme, and he can rest assured that we'll continue to raise it with our Indian counterparts.
Shaleshwara.
Speaker, would my right honourable friend confirm that in his conversations with President Biden of the US and his counterparts in the EU, he has made it absolutely clear the UK's intention to preserve the integrity of the Good Friday Agreement? And would he also confirm that in so doing, it is not unreasonable for the UK, an independent and sovereign nation, to be able to maintain its own economic integrity?
I can give my right honourable friend that assurance. Of course, the territorial integrity of the United Kingdom is important and must be preserved, and that is under some stress, as we have seen in Northern Ireland, that he knows very well from his previous role. And he has my commitment to the Good Friday Agreement, something that I discussed not only with our European counterparts, but also the President. We remain committed to delivering all strands of that agreement, and that's what I will work tirelessly to do.
Patrick Grady.
Deputy Speaker, were there any discussions at the G20 about the situation in Iran? I've heard from a lot of constituents who want to express their solidarity with the protesters and their outrage at the way the regime is cracking down on them. So what steps can the G20 take to support progress towards stability and democracy in Iran?
Well, the protests send a clear message that the Iranian people are not satisfied with the path that their government has taken. As I was mentioning, we have now sanctioned 24 extra people, both political and security officials, for their role in the crackdown on protesters. And my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, recently summoned Iran's most senior diplomat in the UK to make clear that we do not tolerate threats to life and intimidation of any kind.
Sir Christopher Chu.
Madam Deputy Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree that Putin was emboldened to attack Ukraine by the continuous appeasement of Western democracies over many years? And why does he not think that a similar appeasement of the Chinese dictatorship will not result in a similar disaster?
So I'd just say to my honourable friend that our approach to China is in complete alignment with the United States, with Canada, on Australia. It is one that is absolutely clear-eyed about the challenges that China poses to our values and to our interests and to our economic security, and that's why it's right that we take robust action to defend ourselves against that, as we saw just yesterday with the decision on Chinese investment in a sensitive industry in this country.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the key global challenges facing the G20 is migration and refugees. And I know this country has a proud history of fulfilling our international obligations to the most vulnerable, including children. So could the Prime Minister just confirm that no unaccompanied asylum-seeking children under the age of 8 are currently being held at Manston? And if he doesn't know the answer, could he write to me as a matter of urgency? Thank you.
I'd be happy to write to the Right Honourable Lady. She'll know well that we have different processes and procedures in place for unaccompanied asylum-seeking children to make sure that they get extra safeguarding protection as they rightly are due, and I will get back to her with an update on where we are.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Russian attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure in recent weeks just show the full extent of Putin's complete desperation. So can the Prime Minister confirm that the UK is providing Ukraine with the energy equipment and the support that they need to help repair their infrastructure so that they can keep their lights on and their heat coming in the months ahead?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this particular need of the Ukrainians. It's something that I've discussed a couple of times with President Zelensky, and I can assure him in the House that we are playing our part in providing funding and expertise to help resolve some of the issues, and the Ukrainians, I know, are very grateful for that support.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The G20 communiqué urged all parties to finalise and adopt the forthcoming COP15 Global Biodiversity Framework in Montreal. At this crisis time for nature, both globally and at home, he'll know the importance of leading by example. So as well as accelerating the UK's domestic environmental agenda, will he ensure that he's not forced into another last-minute U-turn, as we saw ahead of COP26? Will he commit now to attending COP15 in person and show that leadership?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think anyone can doubt our commitment to biodiversity and nature. It was something that the United Kingdom proudly led at Glasgow last year to put it on the agenda. We'll have a range of different people attending Montreal, but I was very pleased that we ensured that the G20 communiqué reaffirmed the G20's commitment to the targets that were set at COP. That was something that we fought very hard for, and we should all rightly be proud that it is there in the G20 communiqué.
Roman Chishti.
Speaker, can I ask the Prime Minister a specific question with regards to the conversation he had with Prime Minister Trudeau? The United Kingdom and Canada have a specifically close relationship by being members of the G7, G20, Five Eyes, NATO and the Commonwealth. Whether it's friendships in Parliament or whether it's friendships with world leaders, one needs to know where they stand. Can I ask the Prime Minister, did he ask Prime Minister Trudeau with regards to Canada stepping up to its 2% GDP towards NATO? And did the United Kingdom ask Canada to do more in the high north, the Arctic, where we face greater threat from Russia and they have a specific expertise in that area?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I encourage all members of NATO to make their way towards the 2% target, something that we've proudly done in this country for some years. But also, our cooperation with Canada is deep. Prime Minister Trudeau was pleased to announce an extension of the Canadian support for our programme to train Ukrainian soldiers here, something that we're working closely with them on, and I'd be happy to pick up the conversation on the High North. Again, that will be a feature of our refreshed integrated review.
Geraint Davis.
The Prime Minister knows that the Energy Charter Treaty enables fossil fuel companies to sue governments who pass legislation that undermine their future profits in the name of climate change, and which is why Germany and France have announced they're withdrawing, as are Poland, Holland, Slovenia and Spain. So when does he anticipate the UK withdrawing from the Energy Charter Treaty, or does he put fossil fuel profits ahead of climate change? And will he raise this within WTO reform?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman mentioned a range of other countries in regard to fossil fuels. Actually, it was the United Kingdom who led through COP last year in making sure that we end the climate finance for coal plants, something that actually other countries do need to catch up with us on, and we will continue to champion that in all these forums because that's the right thing to do, and it was a commitment we made at Glasgow that needs to be upheld.
Richard Drax.
Madam Deputy Speaker, having just returned from Ukraine myself with the Defence Committee, along with my right honourable friend, can I tell the House how movingly grateful they are to all the support we give, and in particular to my right honourable friend for his outstanding leadership of this country fighting this Russian aggression. However, there are shortages of food, ammunition and military equipment. And while we in the United States are doing our bit, there is concern that other countries are not. Can my right honourable friend inform the House during the G19 or G20 meeting, did he have any feedback from other countries that they're going to step up to the plate like ourselves and the Americans are doing?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right about the need to continue supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. That remains a feature of all our conversations with allies. There's lots of different ways people can play their part. For example, as I mentioned, the Canadians recently extending their support for training Ukrainians here. But he's right that we need to keep up the pressure. The UK has shown great leadership on this alongside America, and we will jointly encourage others to follow our lead and make sure that Ukraine can be in the strongest possible position for bringing an end to this awful conflict.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that private citizens in the UK should follow the example of several British businesses and sell any shares that they have in businesses that still operate in Russia?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the United Kingdom took the lead in imposing some of the most stringent sanctions, economic sanctions, on both the Russian economy, Russian businesses, and indeed Russian individuals. It's pleasing that other countries have followed, and we will continue to push other countries to follow our lead with sanctions, and we will continue to tighten them where we think it can make a difference.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his update on trade talks? Can I ask him whether in those talks there was any discussion about extending the arrangements to include our #1 industry, finance and professional services in those arrangements?
Actually, my honourable friend knows this area well, and that's why it's important that we take the time with trade deals, because often services liberalisation, which he rightly knows is very important for our economy, does take longer to negotiate than simple tariff reductions on goods. Our economy has an incredible services sector. It's important that they benefit from trade deals going forward, and that's what I want to make sure happens.
Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Prime Minister met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman earlier this week, did he challenge him on the way in which Saudi Arabia has been blocking the proposal at COP27 for the phase down of all fossil fuels?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we had a wide-ranging conversation on a range of topics, including climate change. We are very much committed to our obligations under the COP agreement, and we very much welcome Saudi Arabia's commitment to be net zero by 2060. There's lots of different opportunities for them to play their part as COP presidents coming up, and we will look forward to supporting them in that endeavour.
Ruth Edwards.
The last few years have shown us the importance of resilient supply chains. Can my right honourable friend confirm that a priority for his discussions with allies at the G20 was decoupling our supply chains from authoritarian regimes in key areas such as critical minerals and products like semiconductors?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point, and I'm pleased to tell her that just yesterday the Business Secretary made a decision with regard to semiconductors which should give her and others confidence that we take this incredibly seriously. I discussed critical minerals with many of our allies around the world, and I'm pleased to say that Japan, with their G7 presidency next year, will put economic security at the heart of our collective agenda.
Kevin Brennan.
Deputy Speaker, on Northern Ireland, it's reported today in the Times that the Prime Minister promised President Biden that the issues surrounding the Northern Ireland Protocol would be solved by next April. Was that a commitment that he gave to President Biden? And with a long, hard winter facing the people of Northern Ireland without a government there in place, shouldn't there be a greater sense of urgency from the UK government to sort this out?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said actually publicly and clearly, I want to see a resolution to this issue as soon as possible. It's why I spoke to my counterparts in Ireland, the European Commission and others almost the first day I took office, and I'm working very hard to try and bring about a negotiated settlement to the challenges we face. But those challenges on the ground are real. Businesses, families, communities are suffering as a result of the protocol. I've made that point loudly and clearly to all our counterparts, and I've urged them to show flexibility and pragmatism in their response so we can get the situation resolved on the ground and get the executive back up and running, because that's what the people of Northern Ireland deserve.
Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate G20 and its chair on their final communiqué with unanimous condemnation of the continued invasion of Ukraine, and the Prime Minister and other Western leaders on their work to de-escalate tensions between the West and China. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that apart from the important work that he is doing multilaterally in the TPP and bilaterally with India on the FTA, there are also other bilateral opportunities with leading Asian countries? And will he encourage their heads of government to do working visits to the UK?
Yes. I absolutely will do that, and can I also congratulate my honourable friend on his reappointment as a trade envoy to Indonesia. It's a region he knows particularly well, and he's done fantastic work in deepening our bilateral relationship with a country that is going to play an increasingly important role in the global economy, as one of the third largest democracy in the world, one of the largest Muslim countries in the world, and will soon to be a top 5 economy. It's right that we have deep relationships with Indonesia, and I thank him for his part in making sure that that is happening.
Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Water and sanitation is a major global crisis causing conflict, migration, equality for women and girls, and health outcomes which are easily preventable. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether he had conversations about the water and sanitation crisis with other G20 members, and will he reverse the 80% FCDO cuts to water and sanitation projects?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the conversations I had with other leaders were incredibly appreciative of the role that the United Kingdom is playing in helping to tackle suffering, poverty and poor sanitation around the world. Particularly what was highlighted was our recent commitment of £1 billion to the Global Fund, as well as our track record in supporting countries to alleviate famine. Those are things that everyone in this House should be proud of, and this government will continue to champion.
Laura Farris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The whole House will welcome the shared commitment to the defence of Ukraine and the rule of law. But my right honourable friend will know that key to that last element is the work of the International Criminal Court, which launched its investigation into war crimes in March, with an aspiration to issue an indictment by the end of the year. Can he confirm that the UK will continue to do all it can to support their work, including the difficult task that lies ahead of obtaining custody of Russian military generals to stand trial?
Well, obviously this is an area my honourable friend knows well, and she's right to highlight it. I'm pleased to tell her the United Kingdom was out in front in providing both technical and financial resources to the efforts to gather the evidence, and I know the Justice Secretary is in touch with the British prosecutor as well, and the team will have our full support.
Alison Tulis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Prime Minister met with Prime Minister Modi, did he raise the case of Jagtar Singh Johal, who today has been held in arbitrary detention for 1,840 days? The Sikh community in Scotland are incredibly concerned about this situation. So was it just handshakes and Instagram photographs, or did he raise this case?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've consistently raised our concerns about Mr Jahal's case directly with all levels of the Indian government. I discussed more generally the issues around extradition with Prime Minister Modi, and the Foreign Secretary raised this case with India's Minister of External Affairs just last month on his visit to India.
Mr Mayhew.
Made reference to the dangers of debt traps for emerging economies. Can he give further information on what steps the United Kingdom has taken to provide emerging economies with alternatives to Chinese money?
Well, my honourable friend is right to highlight the need for sensible alternatives. We tend to work not just bilaterally but also multilaterally through things like SDR recycling at the IMF. The new Resilience and Sustainability Trust that was established was done so with UK leadership, and indeed the new Debt Service Suspension Initiative is something that I championed as Chancellor, and we need to make sure that we deliver on it.
Toby Parkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister laid out his approach to trade deals in his statement. He will be aware that while he was there, the Right Honourable Member for Camborne and Redruth was describing the trade deal with Australia as not a very good deal for the United Kingdom. Does the Prime Minister agree with the Right Honourable Member, who was formerly the Environment Secretary, and if so, what's he going to do about it?
Before the Prime Minister attempts to answer the question, there's far too much noise in the chamber. I mean, you would think that people were anticipating something happening and chatting amongst themselves instead of giving their full attention to the important answers the Prime Minister is giving to important questions. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Maybe not as important as what's about to come from the Chancellor. But all trade deals involve give and take on both sides. The Australia trade deal will open up new markets for 3 million British jobs, which is fantastic, reduce prices for Australian goods and make it easier for young people to move back and forth between those two countries. And going forward, we will ensure that our trade deals work for the UK. That's what we'll deliver.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has reaffirmed the government's strong commitment to supporting Ukraine in the face of Russia's illegal and inhumane invasion and underlined the leadership that we provided to other countries. Can he confirm that our superb armed forces will continue to provide the appropriate support, especially in training Ukraine's brave defenders, to ensure that evil cannot triumph, that Putin fails, and did he encourage other G20 members to do likewise?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point, and it's an issue that he's rightly championed on previous occasions. I can give him that reassurance. The NATO Secretary General was just in the United Kingdom days ago, visiting the training that we're providing for Ukrainian soldiers. It's something that is looked at favourably by many allies around the world, which is why Prime Minister Trudeau was pleased to confirm when he was with me an extension to Canadian support for that programme, and hopefully many more countries will follow.
Tony Lloyd.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not so many months ago that any international conference like the G20 would have been seized with the situation in Afghanistan. Afghanistan has now gone off the agenda, but the humanitarian crisis there is one that is moving into absolute tragedy as people are facing starvation. Can the Prime Minister tell us what conversations did take place about Afghanistan, or in any case, will he now reconvene the kind of donor conference that could make a material difference to starvation in that country?
My honourable friend is right to highlight that Afghanistan continues to experience one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. That's why earlier this year we co-hosted a UN pledging summit together with Germany and Qatar that helped raise over $2 billion for Afghanistan. But he's right to put it on the agenda, and I'll make sure that we continue to do what we can to support the people there.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A free trade deal with India is a tremendous opportunity for both the United Kingdom and India. And I agree with my right honourable friend, we should not sacrifice quality at the expense of doing a deal quickly. However, during his discussions with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, what obstacles did he actually clear so that we can actually get on with the free trade deal that we all want to see?
Well, I know my honourable friend has rightly been a significant champion of this deal and our relationships with India. I'm pleased to have his support. Now, without negotiating for all these things in public, I'm pleased that the majority of the substantive negotiation conversations were concluded by the end of October. We will now work at pace with the Indian teams to try and resolve the issues and come to a mutually satisfactory conclusion.
We're a house.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our closest trading partners are still in the EU. Can you update us what you did during the G20 summit to improve relationship with EU countries, which, to say the least, are still fragile since Brexit?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we may have left the EU, but we have not left Europe, and it's important that we maintain strong and positive relationships with our European partners and allies. That's very much what I intend to do, and I'm pleased that those conversations have been going well.
Tom Hunt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that the situation regarding refugees all over the world was discussed, but no debate on refugees can be complete without a discussion about the plight of the Rohingya. Could my right honourable friend confirm to me that world leaders considered and had a discussion about further support we can provide to Rohingya refugees, the largest refugee camp in the world, and one of great concern for my constituents?
Prime Minister.
Well, I know this is an issue of concern for my honourable friend, and it's right that he raises it and champions the case. I'm pleased to tell him that we have sanctioned those people responsible, and we will continue to make sure that we can provide whatever support we can to the people who need our help.
John Trickett.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. In the communique from the G20, the words food supply, or food scarcity are mentioned 54 separate times. And it's good that Britain's taking part of a global community's fight to make sure that food is properly distributed. But last year, before the Ukraine war, 1 in 9 Britons were driven to use a food bank. Isn't it clear it wasn't disruption of food which was the problem, it was poverty. Poverty driven by number 10 and number 11 when he was in the Treasury. And isn't it clear that for the poor of Britain, this is a nightmare, that hunger is a nightmare created by Downing Street?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor is about to deliver a statement that's going to ensure that our economy is strong, that we support the most vulnerable, and we have a clear platform for growth. I'd urge the honourable gentleman to wait for it.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Peace on the continent must be restored. It's a fact that no one in Europe is truly safe until Putin fails. Can my right honourable friend update the House on how we will make this happen alongside our global allies in the G20?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's important is that Russia understands that the global community speaks with one voice in condemning its illegal and barbaric actions. I'm pleased that the G20 communique expresses that sentiment, as many more countries are joining our efforts to stand up to Russian aggression and support Ukraine.
Margaret Farray.
Mr. Speaker, during talks on the CPTPP, did the Prime Minister convey the concerns of the UK's fantastic food and farming industries? And what assurances was he able to obtain that these industries will be considered and protected as negotiations continue?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I stand by our commitment not to compromise the United Kingdom's high environmental, animal welfare and food safety standards, and will ensure that our trade deals open up new markets for British farmers.
Luke Evans.
The cost of living in the UK is going up mainly because of the war that Russia is purporting, but it's not just affecting us, it's affecting the EU zone, which has inflation as an average of 10%. So what discussions did the Prime Minister have about a strategy at the G20 to deal with inflation, which is clearly a worldwide problem?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the global nature of these challenges that we are facing, in part caused by Russia's aggression. The G20 communique is clear on responsibility of individual countries to ensure financial stability, and as it says, that means delivering long-term fiscal sustainability, and that's what this Chancellor will deliver.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister very much for his statement and for his strong stance on behalf of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We thank you for that. The actions of Putin and his regime have driven 2/3 of the G20 countries into economic distress, raised inflation for us in this country by 10 to 11%, and talk of a recession are prevalent for many countries. Russia is the enemy within in the G20. What is the Prime Minister doing to align with all other G20 countries to ostracise Russia and to reduce their influence and indeed, if possible, their very membership of the G20?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is not possible in a consensual organisation to expel Russia, but I'm pleased to say to the honourable gentleman that we work closely with all partners across the G20 to deliver a strong, unified message that the threat and use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible, and today's era must not be the era for war. I think Russia heard that message loud and clear.
Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share my right honourable friend's view that China presents a systemic challenge to the West. We've just seen in Russia how an authoritarian action can use their role in our supply chains to do damage to the global economy. So can my right honourable friend confirm that when we do engage with China on global issues like climate change or public health, he'll never do so at the expense of our national or economic security?
I can absolutely give my honourable friend that assurance. We will always be robust in defending our values and our interests, and that starts with our national security.
Jill Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank
Thank you very much. So, the government's mishandling of the Northern Ireland Protocol negotiations is acting as a barrier to trade deals and to scientific collaboration. The Prime Minister says he was much influenced by his time at Stanford. Surely he understands the key role of science and scientific research in driving economic growth, something we sorely need at the moment. Is he really going to exclude British scientists from the world's biggest scientific research programme, Horizon?
Prime Minister. I think, Mr. Speaker, no one can doubt my commitment personally to ensuring that the UK remains, as it is, a scientific and technological superpower. That's why we've increased the R&D budget. That's why we're deregulating to support innovation. That's why we're reforming our capital markets to get money to all the companies who need it. We'll hear more from the Chancellor about that, but I can give the Honourable Lady every assurance. Innovation is the way we drive growth, and that's what the government will deliver.
That completes the statement on the G20. Before we come to the statement by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I'd like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation of the statement and opposition front benches' responses will be available to watch on Parliament Live TV. I now call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to make a statement. Jeremy Hunt.
Mr. Speaker, in the face of unprecedented global headwinds, families, pensioners, businesses, teachers, nurses and many others are worried about the future. So today we deliver a plan to tackle the cost of living crisis and rebuild our economy. Our priorities are stability, growth and public services. We also protect the vulnerable, because to be British is to be compassionate, and this is a compassionate Conservative government. We are not alone in facing these problems, but today we respond to an international crisis with British values. We are honest about the challenges and we are fair in our solutions. Yes, we take difficult decisions to tackle inflation and keep mortgage rates down. But our plan also leads to a shallower downturn, lower energy bills, higher growth, and a stronger NHS and education system. Three priorities then today: stability, growth, and public services. I start with stability. Mr. Speaker, high inflation is the enemy of stability. It means higher mortgage rates, more expensive food and fuel bills, businesses failing and unemployment rising. It erodes savings, causes industrial unrest and cuts funding for public services. It hurts the poorest the most and eats away at the trust upon which a strong society is built. The Office for Budget Responsibility confirms global factors are the primary cause of current inflation. Most countries are still dealing with the fallout from a once-in-a-century pandemic. The furlough scheme, the vaccine rollout and the response of the NHS did our country proud, but they all have to be paid for. The lasting impact on supply chains has made goods more expensive and fuelled inflation, and this has been worsened by a made-in-Russia energy crisis. Putin's war in Ukraine has caused wholesale gas and electricity prices to rise to 8 times their historic average. Inflation is high here, but higher in Germany, the Netherlands and Italy. Interest rates have risen here, but faster in the US, Canada and New Zealand. Growth forecasts have fallen here, but fallen further in Germany. The International Monetary Fund expects 1/3 of the world's economy to be in recession this year or next. So the Bank of England, which has done an outstanding job since its independence, now has my wholehearted support in its mission to defeat inflation. And I today confirm we will not change its remit. But we need fiscal and monetary policy to work together. And that means the government and the bank working in lockstep. It means, in particular, giving the world confidence in our ability to pay our debts. British families make sacrifices every day to live within their means, and so too must their government, because the United Kingdom will always pay its way. Yeah. I understand the motivation of my predecessor's mini-budget, and he was correct. He was correct to identify growth as a priority. But unfunded tax cuts are as risky as unfunded spending, which is why we reversed the planned measures. As a result, government borrowing has fallen, the pound has strengthened, and the OBR says today that the lower interest rates generated by the government's actions are already benefiting our economy and public finances. But, Mr. Speaker, credibility cannot be taken for granted. And yesterday's inflation figures show we must continue a relentless fight to bring it down, including a rock-solid commitment to rebuild our public finances. Richard Hughes and his team at the OBR today lay out starkly the impact of global headwinds on the UK economy, and I'm enormously grateful to him and his team for their thorough work. The OBR forecast the UK's inflation rate to be 9.1% this year and 7.4% next year. They confirm that our actions today help inflation to fall sharply from the middle of next year. They also judge that the UK, like other countries, is now in recession. Overall this year, the economy is still forecast to grow by 4.2%. GDP then falls in 2023 by 1.4%, before rising by 1.3%, 2.6% and 2.7% in the following 3 years. The OBR says higher energy prices explain the majority of the downward revision in cumulative growth since March. They also expect a rise in unemployment from 3.6% today to 4.9% in 2024, before falling to 4.1%. Today's decisions mean that over the next 5 years, borrowing is more than halved. This year we're forecast to borrow 7.1% of GDP, or £177 billion. Next year, 5.5% of GDP, or £140 billion. Then by 2027-28, it falls to 2.4% of GDP, or £69 billion. As a result, underlying debt as a percentage of GDP starts to fall from a peak of 97.6% in 2025-6 to 97.3% in 27-28. I also confirmed 2 new fiscal rules. The first is that underlying debt must fall as a percentage of GDP by the 5th year of a rolling 5-year period. The second, that public sector borrowing over the same period must be below 3% of GDP. And the plan I'm announcing today meets both rules. Today's statement delivers a consolidation of £55 billion and means inflation and interest rates end up significantly lower. We achieve this, Mr. Speaker, in a balanced way. In the short term, as growth slows and unemployment rises, we will use fiscal policy to support the economy. The OBR confirm that because of our plans, the recession is shallower and inflation is reduced. Unemployment is also lower, with about 70,000 jobs saved as a result of our decisions today. Then, once growth returns, we increase the pace of consolidation to get debt falling. This further reduces the pressure on the bank to raise interest rates, because as Conservatives, we do not leave our debts to the next generation. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a balanced path to stability, tackling inflation to reduce the cost of living and protect pensioner savings whilst supporting the economy on a path to growth. But it means taking difficult decisions. Anyone who says there are easy answers is not being straight with the British people. Some argue for spending cuts, but that would not be compatible with high-quality public services. Others say savings should be found by increasing taxes, but Conservatives know that high tax economies damage enterprise and erode freedom. We want low taxes and sound money, but Conservatives know sound money has to come first, because inflation eats away at the pound in people's pockets even more insidiously than taxes. So with just under half of the £55 billion consolidation coming from tax, and just over half from spending, this is a balanced plan for stability. I turn first to our decisions on tax. I have tried to be fair by following two broad principles. Firstly, we ask those with more to contribute more, and secondly, we avoid the tax rises that damage growth. Although my decisions today do lead to a substantial tax increase, we have not raised headline rates of taxation, and tax as a percentage of GDP will increase by just 1% over the next 5 years. I start with personal taxes. Asking more from those who have more means that the first difficult decision I take on tax is to reduce the threshold at which the 45p rate becomes payable from £150,000 to £125,140. Those earning £150,000 or more will pay just over £1,200 more in tax every year. We're also taking difficult decisions on tax-free allowances. I'm maintaining at current levels the income tax personal allowance, higher rate threshold, main national insurance thresholds, and the inheritance tax thresholds for a further 2 years, taking us to April 2028. Even after that, we'll still have the most generous set of tax-free allowances of any G7 country. I'm also reforming allowances on unearned income. The dividend allowance will be cut from £2,000 to £1,000 next year, and then to £500 from April 24. The annual exempt amount for capital gains tax will be cut from £12,300 to £6,000 next year, and then £3,000 from April 24. These changes still leave us with more generous allowances than countries like Germany, Ireland, France and Canada. Because the OBR forecast half of all new vehicles will be electric by 2025, to make our motoring tax system fairer, I've decided that from then, electric vehicles will no longer be exempt from vehicle excise duty. Company car tax rates will remain lower for electric vehicles, and I've listened to industry bodies and will limit rate increases to 1 percentage point a year for 3 years from 2025. The OBR expects housing activity to slow over the next 2 years, so the stamp duty cuts announced in the mini-budget will remain in place, but only until the 31st of March 2025. After that, I will sunset the measure, creating an incentive to support the housing market and the jobs associated with it by boosting transaction during the period the economy most needs it. I now turn to business taxes. While I've decided to freeze the employer's NICS threshold until April 2028, we will retain the employment allowance at its new higher level of £5,000. This means 40% of all businesses will pay no NICS at all. The VAT threshold is already more than twice as high as the EU and OECD averages. I will maintain it at that level until March 26. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, successfully negotiated a landmark international tax deal to make sure multinational corporations, including big tech companies, pay the right tax in the countries they operate. I will implement these reforms, making sure the UK gets our fair share. Alongside further measures to tackle tax avoidance and evasion, this will raise an additional £2.8 billion by 27-28. I've also heard concerning reports of abuse and fraud in R&D tax relief for SMEs, so I've decided today to cut the deduction rate for the SME scheme to 86% and the credit rate to 10%, but increase the rate of the separate R&D expenditure credit from 13% to 20%. Despite raising revenue, the OBR have confirmed that these measures have no detrimental impact on the level of R&D investment in the economy. Ahead of the next budget, we'll work with industry to understand what further support R&D intensive SMEs may require. Next, windfall taxes. I have no objection to windfall taxes. if they are genuinely about windfall profits caused by unexpected increases in energy prices. But I know the honourable members opposite are getting excited at the talk of windfall taxes. Can I just say that any such tax should be temporary, not deter investment, and recognise the cyclical nature of energy businesses. So, taking account of this, I've decided that from January the 1st until March 28, we will increase the energy profits levy from 25 to 35%. The structure of our energy market also creates windfall profits for low-carbon electricity generation. So from January the 1st, we've decided to introduce a new temporary 45% levy on electricity generators. Together, these measures raise £14 billion next year. Finally, I turn to business rates. It's an important principle that bills should accurately reflect market values. So we'll proceed with the revaluation of business properties from April 23. But I will soften the blow on businesses with a nearly £14 billion tax cut over the next 5 years. Nearly 2/3 of properties will not pay a penny more next year, and thousands of pubs, restaurants and small high street shops will benefit. This will include a new government-funded transitional relief scheme, as called for by the CBI, the British Retail Consortium, the Federation of Small Businesses and others, benefiting around 700,000 businesses. Mr. Speaker, our plan for the cost of living delivers lower inflation, lower mortgage rates, a shallower downturn and lower unemployment. But it also involves public spending discipline. So I turn next to how we protect public services through a challenging period. The Prime Minister's vision for this country has at its heart a strong NHS and world-class education. We know that a strong economy depends on strong public services, so we will protect them as much as we can as we deliver our plan for stability and growth. We do have to take difficult decisions on public finances, so we're going to grow public spending, but we're going to grow it more slowly than the growth in the economy. For the remaining 2 years of the spending review, we'll protect the increases in departmental budgets we've already set out in cash terms, and then grow resource spending at 1% a year in real terms in the 3 years that follow. Although departments will have to make efficiencies to deal with inflationary pressures in the next 2 years, this decision means overall spending in public services will continue to rise in real terms for the next 5 years. Before I turn to our plan for schools and the NHS, I start with 2 other areas of spending. The Department for Work and Pensions has a critical role in supporting people into work, and I am proud to live in a country with one of the most comprehensive safety nets anywhere in the world. But I am also concerned that we've seen a sharp increase in economically inactive working-age adults of around 630,000 people since the start of the pandemic. Employment levels have yet to return to pre-pandemic levels, which is bad for businesses who cannot fill vacancies and bad for people missing out on the opportunity to do well for themselves and their families. So the Prime Minister has asked the Work and Pensions Secretary to do a thorough review of issues holding back workforce participation to conclude early in the new year. Alongside this, I am also committed to helping people already in work to raise their incomes, progress in work and become financially independent. So we will ask over 600,000 more people on universal credit to meet with a work coach so that they can get the support they need to increase their hours or earnings. I've also decided to move back the managed transition of people from employment and support allowance onto universal credit to 2028 and will invest an extra £280 million in DWP to crack down on benefit fraud and error over the next 2 years. And the government's review of the state pension age will also be published in early 2023. Our security at home depends on our security overseas. So I turn next to defence and other international commitments. The privilege of being this country's Foreign Secretary showed me firsthand the enormous respect in which this country is held, because the United Kingdom is and has always been a force for good in the world. Nothing sums that up more than the courage of our armed forces, men and women who risk their lives every day in defence of our territory and our belief in freedom. Alongside them, I salute the citizens of another country right on the front line of that fight today, the brave people of Ukraine. The United Kingdom has given them military support worth £2.3 billion since the start of Putin's invasion, the second highest contribution in the world after the United States, which demonstrates that our commitment to democracy and open societies remains steadfast. In that context, the Prime Minister and I both recognise the need to increase defence spending. But before we make that commitment, it's necessary to revise and update the integrated review written as it was before the Ukraine invasion. And I've asked for that vital work to be completed ahead of the next budget, and today confirm we will continue to maintain the defence budget at least 2% of GDP to be consistent with our NATO commitment. Another important international commitment is to overseas aid. The OBR's forecasts show a significant shock to public finances, so it won't be possible to return to the 0.7% target until the fiscal situation allows. We remain fully committed to that target, and the plans that I've set out today assume that ODA spending will remain around 0.5% for the forecast period. As a percentage of GNI, we were the third highest donor in the G7 last year, and I am proud our aid commitment has saved thousands of lives around the world. So I look forward to working closely with my right honourable friend, the member for Sutton Coldfield, now rightly back in his place in Cabinet, to make sure we continue to play a leadership role in tackling global poverty. The United Kingdom has also been a global leader on climate change, cutting emissions by more than any other G20 country. But with the existential vulnerability we face, now would be the wrong time to step back from our international climate responsibilities. So I also confirm that despite the economic pressures, we remain fully committed to the historic Glasgow Climate Pact agreed at COP26, including a 68% reduction in our own emissions by 2030. I turn to education. Mr. Speaker, being pro-education is being pro-growth. But providing our children with a good education is not just an economic mission, it's a moral mission, one to which my right honourable friend the Prime Minister has always been deeply committed. Thanks to the efforts of successive Conservative education secretaries, particularly my right honourable friends from Surrey Heath and from Bognor Regis, we have risen 9 places in the global league tables for maths and reading in the last 7 years. I still, however, have concerns that not all school leavers get the skills they need for a modern economy. But for the first time ever, this country has a Conservative education secretary who left school at 16 to become an apprentice and knows firsthand why good skills matter. There are many important initiatives in place, but as Chancellor, I want to know the answer to one simple question. Will every young person leave the education system with the skills they would get in Japan, Germany or Switzerland? So I've appointed Sir Michael Barber to advise me and my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, on the implementation of our skills reform programme. As we raise the skill levels of our school leavers, I want also to ensure that even in an economic crisis, the improvement in school standards continues to accelerate. Some have suggested putting VAT on independent school fees as a way of increasing core funding for schools, which would raise about £1.7 billion. But according to certain estimates, That would result in up to 90,000 children from the independent sector switching to state schools, giving with one hand only to take away with another. So instead of being ideological, I'm going to be practical. Because we want school standards to continue to rise for every single child, we're going to do more than protect the school's budget. We're going to increase it. And I can announce today that next year and the year after, we will invest an extra £2.3 billion per annum in our schools. Our message to heads and teachers and classroom assistants is thank you for your brilliant work. We need it to continue, and in difficult economic circumstances, a Conservative government is investing more in the public service that defines all our futures. Mr. Speaker, the service we depend on more than any other is the NHS. As a former Health Secretary, I know how hard people are working on the front line and how much they're struggling after the pandemic. The biggest issues are workforce shortages and pressures in the social care sector. So today I address them both. On staff shortages, the former chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee put forward a case for a long-term workforce plan. He even wrote a book about it, which I've read. I've listened carefully to his proposals, and I believe they have merit. So the Department of Health and Social Care and the NHS will publish an independently verified plan for the number of doctors, nurses and other professionals we'll need in 5, 10 and 15 years' time, taking full account of the need for better retention and productivity improvements. I've also listened to extensive representations about the challenges facing the social care sector. It did a heroic job looking after children, disabled adults and older people during the pandemic. Its 1.6 million employees work incredibly hard, but even outside the pandemic, the increasing number of over 80s is putting massive pressure on their services. I also heard very real concerns from local authorities, particularly about their ability to deliver the Dilnot reforms immediately. So I will delay the implementation of this important reform for 2 years, allocating the funding to allow local authorities to provide more care packages. I also want the social care system to help free up some of the 13,500 hospital beds that are occupied by those who should be at home. So I've decided to allocate for adult social care additional grant funding of £1 billion next year and £1.7 billion the year after. Combined with savings from the delayed Dilnot reforms and more council tax flexibilities, this means an increase in funding available for the social care sector of up to £2.8 billion next year and £4.7 billion the year after. That's a big increase. But how we look after our most vulnerable citizens is not just a practical issue. It speaks to our values as a society. So today's decision will allow the social care system to deliver an estimated 200,000 more care packages over the next 2 years, the biggest increase in funding under any government of any colour in history. The NHS budget has been increased to record levels to deal with the pandemic. And today I'm asking the NHS to join all public services in tackling waste and inefficiency. We want Scandinavian quality alongside Singaporean efficiency, both better outcomes for citizens and better value for taxpayers. That does not mean asking people on the front line, often exhausted and burned out, to work harder, which would not be possible or fair. But it does mean asking challenging questions about how to reform all our public services for the better. So with respect to the NHS, I've asked former Health Secretary and Chair of the Norfolk and Waveney Integrated Care System, Patricia Hewitt, to help me and the Health Secretary achieve that by advising us on how to make sure the new integrated care boards, the local NHS bodies, operate efficiently and with appropriate autonomy and accountability. I've also had discussions with NHS England about the inflationary pressures on their budget. I recognise that efficiency savings alone will not be enough to deliver the services we all need. So because of difficult decisions taken elsewhere today, I will increase the NHS budget in each of the next 2 years by £3.3 billion. The Chief Executive of the NHS, Amanda Pritchard, has said that this should provide sufficient funding for the NHS to fulfil its key priorities. She said it shows the government is serious about its commitment to prioritise our NHS. £3.3 billion for the NHS, £4.7 billion for social care, a record £8 billion package for our health and care system. That is a Conservative government putting the NHS first. Mr. Speaker, the NHS and schools in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland face equivalent pressures. So the Barnett consequentials of today's decisions mean an extra £1.5 billion for the Scottish Government, £1.2 billion for the Welsh Government, £650 million for the Northern Ireland Executive. That is more resources for the schools and hospitals in our devolved nations next year, the year after, and every year thereafter. Mr. Speaker, our support for public services means that despite needing to find £55 billion in savings and tax rises, we are protecting the amount going into public services in real terms over the 5-year period. But if we're going to sustain our public services and avoid a doom loop of ever higher taxes and ever lower dynamism, we need economic growth. So I now turn, well, they've never been interested in growth, but we on this side of the House
I want to get to the end of the budget statement like the rest of the people of this country. Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's start with a difficult message for the party opposite. You cannot borrow your way to growth. Sound money is the rock. Sound money is the rock upon which long-term prosperity rests. But it isn't enough on its own. Our plan is designed to build a high-wage, high-skill economy that leads to long-term prosperity. In his May's lecture, my right honourable friend the Prime Minister identified the keys to doing this: people, capital and ideas. Today's increase in the education budget demonstrates our commitment to people and skills. And I now outline 3 further growth priorities: energy, infrastructure and innovation. Cheap, low-carbon, reliable energy must sit at the heart of any modern economy. But Putin's weaponisation of international gas prices has helped drive the cost of our national energy consumption right up. This year we'll be spending an extra £150 billion on energy compared to pre-pandemic levels, equivalent to paying for an entire second NHS through our energy bills. In 2019, a third of global emissions came from energy supply. So unless we act radically to change our approach, we'll both bankrupt our economy and harm our planet. Over the long term, there's only one way to stop ourselves being at the mercy of international gas prices: energy independence combined with energy efficiency. Energy independence, so neither Putin nor anyone else can use energy to blackmail us, and energy efficiency to reduce demand and climate impact as much as possible. Now, Britain is a global leader in renewable energy. Last year, nearly 40% of our electricity came from offshore wind, solar and other renewables. Since 2010, our renewable energy production has grown faster than any other large country in Europe. But we need to go even further with a major acceleration of homegrown technologies like offshore wind, carbon capture and storage, and above all, nuclear. This will deliver new jobs, industries and export opportunities and secure the clean, affordable energy we need to power our future economy and reach net zero. So today I can announce the government will proceed with a new nuclear power plant at Sizewell C. Subject to final government approvals, the contracts for the initial investment will be signed with relevant parties, including EDF, in the coming weeks. This will create 10,000 highly skilled jobs and provide reliable, low-carbon power to the equivalent of 6 million homes for 50 years. Our £700 million investment is the first state backing for a nuclear project in over 30 years and represents the biggest step in our journey to energy independence. But, Mr. Speaker, energy efficiency is just as important. So today we set our country a new national ambition. By 2030, we want to reduce energy consumption from buildings and industry by 15%. Reducing demand by this much means, in today's prices, a £28 billion saving from our national energy bill, or £450 off the average household bill. This must be a shared mission, with families and businesses playing their part. But so will the government play our part. In this Parliament, we're already planning to invest in energy efficiency a total of £6.6 billion. Today I'm announcing new funding from 2025 of a further £6 billion, doubling our annual investment to deliver this new national ambition. Our commitment to the British people is over time to remove the single biggest driver of inflation and volatility facing British businesses and consumers. So my right honourable friend, the Business and Energy Secretary, will publish further details on our energy independence plans and launch a new energy efficiency task force shortly. Mr. Speaker, if a modern economy needs secure, clean and affordable energy, it also needs good roads, rail, broadband and 5G infrastructure. Such connections matter because they allow wealth and opportunity to spread to every corner of the country. And that is why infrastructure is our second growth priority. Thanks to decisions by this Conservative government, right now workers right across the country are building or maintaining thousands of miles of roads and railways, installing mobile masts and broadband cables to connect the remotest parts of rural Britain, building and repairing hospitals and constructing new wind turbines in the North Sea. When looking for cuts, capital is sometimes seen as an easy option, but doing so limits not our budgets, but our future. So today I can announce that I'm not cutting a penny from our capital budgets in the next 2 years and maintaining them at that level in cash terms for the following 3 years. That means that although we're not growing our capital budget as planned, it will still increase from £63 billion 4 years ago to £114 billion next year, £115 billion the year after, and remain at that level, more than double what it was under the last Labour government. Smart countries build on their long-term commitments rather than discard them. So today I confirm that because of this decision, alongside Sizewell C, we will deliver the core Northern Powerhouse Rail, HS2 to Manchester, and East-West Rail, and the new hospitals programme, and gigabit broadband rollout. All these and more will be funded as promised, with over £600 billion of investment over the next 5 years to connect our country and grow our economy. Our National Conservative mission is to level up economic opportunity across the country. And that too needs investment in infrastructure. So I will also proceed with round 2 of the Levelling Up Fund, at least matching the £1.7 billion value of round 1. We'll also drive growth across the UK by working with the Scottish Government on the feasibility study for the A75, supporting the Advanced Technology Research Centre in Wales, and funding a trade and investment event in Northern Ireland next year. But to unlock growth right across the country, we need to make it easier for local leaders to make things happen without banging on a Whitehall door. Our brilliant mayors, like Andy Street and Ben Houchin, have shown the power of civic entrepreneurship. We need more of this inspirational local leadership. So today I can announce a new devolution deal that will bring an elected mayor to Suffolk and deals to bring mayors to Cornwall, Norfolk and an area in the North East to follow shortly. We're also making progress towards trailblazer devolution deals with the Greater Manchester Combined Authority and West Midlands Combined Authority, and soon over half of England will be covered by devolution deals. Taken together, that £600 billion investment in our future growth represents the largest investment in public works for 40 years. So our children and grandchildren can be confident that this Conservative government is investing in their future. Energy and infrastructure. And now our third growth priority, innovation. Mr. Speaker, we have a national genius for innovation. Britain is the land of Newton, Darwin, Fleming, Faraday, Franklin, Gilbert and Berners-Lee, the home of 3 of the world's top 10 universities, the country with the largest life science and technology sectors in Europe. Thanks to successive Conservative governments, we remain a science superpower. And I salute the work of the former Chancellor George Osborne, my right honourable friend from Tunbridge Wells, and my honourable friend the Science Minister and member for Mid Norfolk, for laying the vital foundations to make this possible. 21st century economies will be defined by new developments in artificial intelligence, quantum technologies and robotics. But we need to be better at turning world-class innovation into world-class companies. So as a former entrepreneur, I had to get that in somewhere, I want to combine our technology and science brilliance with our formidable financial services to turn Britain into the world's next Silicon Valley. We learned from the success of Nigel Lawson's Big Bang in 1986 that smart regulatory reform can spur investment from all over the world. So today, using our Brexit freedoms, I confirm the next steps in our supply-side transformation. By the end of next year, we will decide and announce changes to EU regulations in our 5 growth industries: digital, life sciences, green industries, financial services and advanced manufacturing. And I've asked the Chief Scientific Officer, Sir Patrick Vallance, who did such a brilliant job in the pandemic, to lead our work on how to do this. The second lesson of Nigel Lawson's Big Bang is the most important driver of global success is not tax subsidies, but competition. So we will legislate to give the Digital Markets Unit new powers to challenge monopolies and increase the competitive pressure to innovate. To further spur competition, I've listened to requests from businesses, and today I'm removing import tariffs on over 100 goods used by UK businesses in their production processes, from car seat parts to bicycle frames. I'll also change our approach to investment zones, which will now focus on leveraging our research strengths by being centred on universities in left-behind areas to help build clusters for our new growth industries. My right honourable friend, the Levelling Up Secretary, will work with mayors, devolved administrations and local partners to achieve this, with the first decisions announced ahead of the spring budget. I've heard some speculation that we might cut the research and development budget today, but I believe that would be a profound mistake. In our 2017 manifesto, we announced a target to invest 2.4% of our GDP in R&D, and the latest ONS data suggests the UK is close to meeting that target. I want to go further, so today I protect our entire research budget and confirm that we'll increase public funding for R&E to £20 billion by 24-25 as part of our mission to make the United Kingdom a science superpower. And finally, Nigel Lawson's Big Bang inspires us today, but nearly 40 years on, we must stay true to its mission to make the UK the world's most innovative and competitive global financial centre. So to further support investment across our economy, I also announced that we're publishing our decision on Solvency II, which will unlock tens of billions of pounds of investment for our growth-enhancing industries. 3 priorities for growth: energy security, investment in infrastructure, and a plan to turn the United Kingdom into the world's next Silicon Valley, transforming British intellectual genius into British commercial success. But alongside British genius, we must remember another great national quality: British compassion. So this final part of our plan protects the most vulnerable, and it's to that I now turn. Mr. Speaker, strong public finances aren't just to make accountants happy. It's because we took difficult decisions in 2010 that we could afford record funding increases for the NHS, the landmark furlough scheme, and now the energy price guarantee. Today, the discipline that we've shown means we can provide targeted support to help our most vulnerable citizens with the cost of living. One of the biggest worries for families is energy bills, and I pay tribute to my predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Spelthorne, and the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for South West Norfolk, for their leadership in this area. This winter, we will stick with their plan to spend £55 billion to help households and businesses with their energy bills, one of the largest support plans in Europe. From April, we'll continue the energy price guarantee for a further 12 months at a higher level of £3,000 per year for the average household. With prices forecast to remain elevated throughout next year, this will mean an average of £500 support for every household in the country. At the same time, for the most vulnerable, we'll introduce additional cost of living payments next year of £900 to households on means-tested benefits, £300 to pensioner households, and £150 for individuals on disability benefit. We'll also provide an additional £1 billion of funding to enable a further 12-month extension to the Household Support Fund, helping local authorities to assist those who might otherwise fall through the cracks. And for those households who use alternative fuels, such as heating oil and LPG to heat their homes, I'm today doubling the amount of support from £100 to £200, which will be delivered as soon as possible this winter. And before the end of the year, we'll also bring forward a new targeted approach to support businesses from next April. But I want to go further to support people most exposed to high inflation. Around 4 million families live in the social rented sector, almost 1/5 of households in England. Their rents are set at 1% above the September inflation rate, which means that on current plans, they're set to see rent hikes next year of up to 11%. For many, that would just be unaffordable. So today I can announce that this government will cap the increase in social rents to a maximum of 7% in 23-24. Compared to current plans, that is a saving for the average tenant of £200 next year. This government introduced, I thought they cared about the most vulnerable. This government introduced the national living wage, which has been a giant step in eliminating low pay. So today, I'm accepting the recommendation of the Low Pay Commission to increase it next year by 9.7%. That means from April 23, the hourly rate will be £10.42, which represents an annual pay rise worth over £1,600 to a full-time worker. It's expected to benefit over 2 million of the lowest paid workers in our country and keeps us on track for our target to reach 2/3 of median earnings by 2024. And it is the largest increase in the UK's national living wage ever. Mr. Speaker, there have also been some representations to keep the uplift to working age and disability benefits below the level of inflation, given the financial constraints we face. But that would not be consistent with our commitment to protect the most vulnerable. So today I also commit to uprate such benefits by inflation with an increase of 10.1%. That is an expensive commitment costing £11 billion, but it means 10 million working age families will see a much needed increase next year, which speaks to our priorities as a government and our priorities as a nation. On average, a family on universal credit will benefit next year by around £600, and to increase the number of households who can benefit from this decision, I'll also exceptionally increase the benefit cap with inflation next year. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I've talked a lot about British values of compassion, hard work, dignity, fairness. There is no more British value than our commitment to protect and honour those who built the country we live in. So to support the poorest pensioners, I have decided to increase the pension credit by 10.1%, which is worth up to £1,470 for a couple and £960 for a single pensioner in our most vulnerable households. But the cost of living crisis is harming not just our poorest pensioners, but all pensioners. So because we've taken difficult decisions elsewhere today, I can also announce that we will fulfil our pledge to the country to protect the pensions triple lock. In April, the state pension will increase in line with inflation, an £870 increase, which represents the biggest ever increase in the state pension. And to the millions of pensioners who will benefit from this measure, I say now and always, this government is on your side. Mr. Speaker, there is a global energy crisis, a global inflation crisis, and a global economic crisis. But the British people are tough, inventive, and resourceful. We have risen to bigger challenges before. We aren't immune to these headwinds, but with this plan for stability, growth, and public services, we will face into the storm. There may be a recession made in Russia, but there is a recovery made in Britain. And we commit to our plan today with British resilience and British compassion. Because of the difficult decisions we take today, we strengthen our public finances, bring down inflation, protect jobs. We build the first state-backed nuclear power station for 30 years. We continue the biggest programme of capital investment for 40 years. We protect standards in schools, cut NHS waiting times, fund social care, cap energy bills, support those on benefits. We protect workers with the biggest ever increase in the national living wage, and our pensioners on the triple lock with the biggest ever increase in the state pension. This is a balanced plan for stability, a plan for growth, and a plan for public services. It shows that you don't need to choose either a strong economy or good public services. With Conservatives, and only with Conservatives, you get both. And I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Chancellor for that statement. So here we are, the end of 2022. 3 Prime Ministers, 4 Chancellors, and 4 budgets later. And where do we find ourselves? In a worse place than we started the year. Inflation spiralling, growth plunging, living standards falling. Mr. Speaker, Britain is a great country with fantastic strengths. But because of this government's mistakes, we are being held back. What people will be asking themselves at the next election is this: are me and my family better off with a Conservative government? And the answer is no. The mess we are in is the result of 12 weeks of Conservative chaos, but also 12 years of Conservative economic failure. Growth dismal, investment down, wages squeezed, public services crumbling. And what does the Chancellor have to offer today? More of the same, with working people paying the price for his failure. The Chancellor should have come here today to ask for forgiveness. At the very least, he could have offered an apology. But no, instead he says that his predecessor was correct in his analysis at the mini-budget, the mini-budget that put our economy into freefall. All the country got today was an invoice for the economic carnage that this government has created. Never again can the Conservatives be seen as the party of economic competence. Now, it's been clear for weeks what they wanted to do. Step one, blame global factors. Step two, pretend the mini-budget is nothing to do with any of them. Step three, portray the Chancellor and Prime Minister as the people who can clear up the mess of their party's own making. And step four, attempt to lay some so-called traps for the Labour Party. They've even had George Osborne in to advise them on how to party like it's 2010. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't a game. This is about people's lives. This is about people's livelihoods. It's about their ability to pay the mortgage, their ability to pay the rent, and the ability to pay the bills after 12 years of Conservative stagnation that has left our country so much worse off. It's about the fact that when the global storm hits, we are uniquely exposed because of the choices that the Conservatives have made. Now, Mr. Speaker, nobody doubts that the COVID pandemic and war in Ukraine have had profound implications, and the whole House is united in its condemnation of Russia's aggression. But Britain's problems started before the COVID pandemic, and they started before Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. The UK has grown by an average of 1.4% a year under the Conservatives, compared to 2.1% a year in the Labour years before that. We are the only G7 economy that is still poorer than before the pandemic. As the Governor of the Bank of England told the Treasury Select Committee yesterday, the US has grown by 4.2% since the pandemic. The GDP of Eurozone countries is 2.1% higher. And yet the UK is 0.7% smaller than at the start of the pandemic. We aren't recovering. We are heading into recession, as the OBR has confirmed today. Now, the Governor described these differences as dramatic and as stark. How does the Chancellor describe them? And how does he explain them? This is the price of a decade of Tory choices and economic failure. And it is set to continue, with the IMF forecasting that out of the 38 most industrialised economies, the UK will have the slowest growth of any of them in the next 2 years. Now, the Chancellor is saying today that he will be honest. So let's be honest. No one was talking about cuts to public spending 2 months ago, and no other advanced economy is cutting spending or increasing taxes on working people as they head into recession. This government has forced our economy into a doom loop, where low growth leads to higher taxes, lower investment and squeezed wages, with a running down of public services, all of which hits economic growth again. And instead of learning from the mistakes of the last decade, they're simply repeating them. We need to break free from this vicious cycle of stagnation with fairer choices and a proper plan for economic growth. Now, the Chancellor and Prime Minister are trying to convince us that Britain faces problems that are nothing to do with them, that the mini-budget, which imposed a Tory mortgage premium, put pensions in peril and trashed our reputation around the world, was all just a bad dream. It's their Bobby Ewing strategy. Downing Street as Dallas. Old cast members return as if nothing had happened, with tangled plot lines to keep the audience. But the truth is, it has lost all credibility. And everyone knows it is long past time that this series was cancelled. And the problem for the British people is this. This is not a dream. This is the everyday nightmare of Tory Britain. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would have us believe that they are not responsible for the last 12 years of failure. In doing so, they take the British people for fools. Millions are already worried sick about how to make ends meet and are now facing the added stress of higher mortgage payments. The prospect of home ownership becoming more and more remote, and rents going through the roof. What does this mean? Family holidays cancelled, savings depleted, hopes for the future replaced by sleepless nights. And all of this on top of the fact that the average worker is earning less today than when the Tories came to power 12 years ago. The government has presided over the biggest wage squeeze in centuries. This was a crisis made in Downing Street, and it is ordinary working people who are paying the price. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I was coming into Westminster today, I read a timely warning from the police about pickpockets in the area. They warn, you may have an idea of what a pickpocket looks like, but they're far less likely to stand out in a crowd than you think. They may work in teams to try and distract the target. And one of their tactics is where a thief will appear to be over-friendly while pickpocketing you. Now, I must report that in the last hour, the Conservatives have picked the pockets of purses and wallets of the entire country as the Chancellor has deployed a raft of stealth taxes, taking billions of pounds from ordinary working people. A Conservative double whammy that sees frozen tax thresholds and double-digit inflation erode the real value of people's wages. Just one of those freezes in the personal allowance will cost an average earner more than £600, make it even harder to make ends meet. At the same time, the government is forcing local councils to put up council tax. Now, the Chancellor seems to have confirmed today a council tax bombshell worth £100 for a typical Band D property, taking their council tax above £2,000 for the first time. Local people, including those with Conservative councils, will be forced to pay more because of the destruction that the Conservatives have wreaked on our economy. And this at a time when councils are already in dire straits because of cuts by Conservative governments. Now, they probably sat around the tables in Downing Street thinking that this was some clever trick. But no one is to blame except the government that's been in power for 12 years, not local authorities, but this Tory government. More taxes, more inflation, higher mortgages. And instead of tricks and stealth taxes, why don't they have a proper economic plan for Britain that puts working people at their heart? And why do they refuse to have a real industrial strategy that gives business certainty, unlocks investment, and means that Britain can once again lead the world in the industries of the future? Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor is trying to claim that this statement today is fair. Yet we learn that of all the things that he could save from the wreckage of the kamikaze budget that he chooses to press ahead with is their plan to lift the cap on bankers' bonuses. At a time when he's urging wage restraint for everybody else, how can he remotely claim that this is fair? And after weeks of will he, won't he, we learn today that the Chancellor won't, after all, be clapping down on non-doms. Tax-free income for millionaires, while millions face frozen tax allowances and council tax highs. How can he possibly claim that this is fair? He refuses to act, and I wonder why. Maybe that was the only policy that he can't get signed off by number 10 Downing Street. I say, if you make your Britain your home, you should pay your taxes here. And what about the private equity managers earning millions who benefit from a tax break on their bonuses, which mean that they pay far less tax as a proportion of their incomes than ordinary hard-working people? Did the Chancellor close that loophole today and make sure that they pay their fair share of tax? He did not. He made ordinary working people pay the price instead. Because, Mr. Speaker, time and time again, we've seen how quick the Conservatives are to raise taxes on working people. Now, the Chancellor has even compared himself to Scrooge. He's asking working people to take the hit, with less money in their pockets in the run-up to Christmas, but also for years to come. But if you're a banker, a non-dom, or a private equity manager, don't worry. Scrooge hasn't cancelled your Christmas. And that's before we even get onto the energy giants. After months of resistance, well, the Honourable Lady says from a sedentary what about taxes? Well, the non-doms don't pay taxes. That is the whole point, and that is why the Chancellor should have closed that loophole today. And this is before we even get on to the energy giants. Really? They don't pay taxes. And that's before we even get on to the energy giants. After months of resistance from this Prime Minister, the government has finally been dragged kicking and screaming to extend the windfall tax that Labour have been calling for since January. Yet they still leave billions of pounds on the table. Profits that are the windfalls of war. Because they have failed to close a huge loophole that they created that hands out massive tax breaks to those oil and gas giants for doing the things that they were going to do anyway. For those wondering why, some energy giants have paid no windfall tax in the last quarter, despite record profits and eye-watering bills for consumers. The answer is the decisions that this Prime Minister made when he was Chancellor, confirmed by the current Chancellor, lets the energy giants off the hook once again. Mr. Speaker, the government has announced plans for energy bills next year, but bill payers will still see prices go up next spring, leaving far too many people wondering how they'll make ends meet. For every pound of windfall tax left on the table, people are faced with higher prices on their bills. And the Tories' failure on energy goes back much further. They closed down gas storage, blocked onshore wind and solar, and slashed support for home insulation. Now, today the Chancellor says that he will act on energy efficiency, but I'm afraid it's all far too late. We called for the installation of 2 million homes a year more than 12 months ago that could cut bills by £1,000, not just for 1 year, but for every year to come. And they did nothing. Insulation levels in 2021 were 20 times lower than in 2010 because of their neglect. And now he proposes a package, but we have to wait until 2025 for them to act. Why? When people are facing a bills crisis now, years and years will have gone by while he sits back, millions of families could have been helped, and they have not been. And still they block renewable power, like onshore wind, that could bring energy bills down, create good jobs in all parts of the country, and ensure that Britain can lead the way in the industries of the future. Clean power is the right solution to the energy price crisis, But yet again, the Conservatives have failed. They have failed to protect us from future shocks, failed to tackle the cost of living crisis, and failed to take the decisions in our country's national interest. It is because they have failed to grow the economy that they are having to bring forward yet another statement with tax rises and spending cuts. The last Prime Minister and Chancellor embarked on a reckless sugar rush that abandoned fiscal rectitude, and they all cheered for it. But the current Prime Minister and Chancellor, have given up on growth altogether. And how do we know? Because the Office of Budget Responsibility has seen their plans, and they've downgraded growth in the months and years ahead. Achieving the levels of growth this country needs isn't like flicking on a switch. No. We need a serious long-term plan to get our economy growing again, powered by the talents and efforts of millions of ordinary working people and thousands of businesses. We need a fairer, greener, more dynamic economy, creating good jobs in every part of the country, in homegrown renewables, in green hydrogen, in carbon capture and storage, with Labour's Green Prosperity Plan, with a modern industrial strategy where government works hand in hand with business, properly fixing business rates so that small businesses and our high street businesses thrive again, and fixing the holes in the government's Brexit deal to help UK businesses trade and compete in the world, and ensuring that Britain is the best place to start and grow a business. That is what a Labour government will do. Mr. Speaker, while our public services are struggling and working people are being stretched, the rampant waste and cronyism from this government continues apace. It does not seem to concern the Chancellor that his government dished out £3.5 billion of contracts to friends and donors of the Conservative Party. And the latest Prime Minister spent so much time when he was Chancellor practising his signature for his glossy Instagram graphics that he failed to put in place even the most simple checks on COVID support. That is why the former Treasury Minister, Lord Agnew, described the current Prime Minister's fraud failures as schoolboy errors. The Prime Minister left the doors to the vaults wide open to organised criminals and drugs gangs. They helped themselves to £6.7 billion of taxpayers' money, money that the government is failing to retrieve. And last month it was slipped out that the Taxpayer Protection Task Force, set up to get this money back, is being wound down. The government's just given up, and the Conservatives are turning yet again to our crucial public services to make up the money. Mr. Speaker, the fraudsters may think that they have got away with it, but a Labour government will hunt them down for everything that they have taken from the taxpayer. The country is sick of being ripped off by the Tories. We want our money back. Because of Tory failure, our crumbling public services are set to suffer even more. Ordinary people lose yet again. Never before have people paid so much in tax and yet got so little in return. At the weekend, the Chancellor admitted that the NHS was already on the brink of collapse. With 7 million people on NHS waiting lists, how much longer will that list get? 3 in 10 people are leaving education without GCSE English and maths. What will this do to our society and our future economy? And why do the Tories have an ideological objection to putting VAT on school fees, which the Chancellor himself admits will raise £1.7 billion? By their actions, it is clear the government does not value our public services or the contribution of those working in them. And what do we hear today? Reviews on schools and the NHS workforce, on social care and on waste. But what we need is action. The time for delivery is now, not time for more reviews. And now we hear from the Chancellor, who had previously said that one of his biggest regrets as Health Secretary was failing to fix social care. And today he has further delayed the government's much-promised social care cap. This is yet another broken promise after 12 years of Tory failure on social care. The Tories have trashed our public services, and the statement today is proof that they are doing nothing to turn that around. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have crushed our economy, given up on growth, and sent inflation through the roof. And as usual, it is ordinary working people who are paying the price. It is a familiar tune. Every mortgage they raise, every cut they make, every tax they hike, the Conservatives are costing you. And what have we heard today? Yet more excuses and unfair choices. They have failed to tackle the cost of living crisis. They have failed to show how they will fix our public services. They have failed to show how they will deliver growth. And they have no plan for the future of our country. And everything we have heard today, and after 12 long years of Tory failure, the conclusion that we must come to is that Britain can no longer afford a Conservative government.
Right, let me start with the Chair of the Select Committee, Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we've announced tax rises and spending cuts of £55 billion. We can debate the reasons, but to govern is to choose. And she didn't answer the simplest of questions. Does she back the need for a package of this size to bring down inflation? If Labour can't answer, they are not fit to govern. She says it's the government's fault. But with a made-in-Russia recession, a once-in-a-century pandemic, higher inflation in Europe, bigger cuts to growth in Germany, bigger interest rate hikes in America, to blame this on a mini-budget that was cancelled in 3 weeks is just not credible. Nor, Mr. Speaker, are her facts right. She said the government is making the recession worse. Well, today, the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility says we are making it shallower, saving 70,000 jobs. She says this is austerity 2.0. But in the 2010 Parliament, spending fell about 3% a year. In this Parliament, even in the next 2 years, it will rise 3% a year. £11 billion for the NHS and schools is not just more for our public services, it's massively more than she has ever promised. And then she talked about our record over 12 years, so let's do that. Growth higher than Germany, France, Italy or Japan. Lowest unemployment for nearly 50 years. Good or outstanding schools up by a quarter. 4 million more patients in good or outstanding hospitals. In other words, growth up, employment up, school standards up, NHS funding up. And because she won't back this package, the British people today know that under Labour, it's inflation worse, cost of living worse, unemployment worse, competitiveness worse. If we want stability, growth and funding for public services, the choice is plan or no plan. We have a plan. Where's hers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see the return of the forecast from the official Office for Budget Responsibility, and I think we all remember why a Conservative government had to set up the Office for Budget Responsibility. We'll have them in front of our committee next Tuesday and we can question the underlying assumptions of the forecast. I welcome the fact that the Chancellor confirmed today that his announcements go with the grain of what the Bank of England is trying to do in bringing down inflation. That surely is the most important economic challenge for our country at the moment. But could I ask the Chancellor if he could elaborate a bit more on his thinking? He's tasked the Work and Pensions Secretary with helping those back into work who have left the workforce. And he's announced very welcome support for those on the welfare welfare system of £900 next year. Can he talk us through his thinking in terms of some of those cliff edges and incentives to work?
Well, can I welcome my honourable friend to her chairmanship of the Select Committee? I know she'll do a brilliant job. And she makes a very important point. First of all, it is essential that we work hand in glove with the Bank of England to bring down inflation. And today the OBR confirmed that inflation is lower because of the decisions that we take. And she's absolutely right to focus on the worrying increase in the economically inactive. That is not just causing supply chain problems for businesses, but it's also driving inflation. And that's why we're lucky we've got an excellent Work and Pensions Secretary who is going to make this his top priority in the work that he's doing for the Prime Minister, and he will bring his conclusions to this House as soon as possible.
SNP spokesperson Alison Poole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The current Chancellor comes here today as the 7th Chancellor in 7 years, a mere 55 days after the last Chancellor came to this House to present his chaotic mini-budget. His predecessor managed to crash the economy in 26 minutes, but this Chancellor has spent the past 53 minutes trying to patch up those mistakes. The reality is that we will be all living with the disastrous consequences of Trussonomics for some time to come. He's brought forward new targets because he's failing to meet the old ones, and his difficult choices are of nothing compared to what many of our constituents face. The Tories spent the summer squabbling in a leadership contest when they should have been preparing for this difficult winter ahead. And now the UK is £30 billion worse off because of the incompetence of the Conservative Party. Scotland is paying a heavy price indeed for being in this union. And now we see the Tories attempting to cut their way out of a recession. It will not work. Public sector workers deserve a proper pay rise to face the cost of living crisis the Tories have created. And the Scottish Government doesn't have the flexibility this Chancellor has to borrow or to make changes in year. Their existing budgets have already been squeezed and reprioritised, and there is nothing left to cut. Now, the Chancellor says that Scotland will get £1.5 billion in Barnett consequentials, but yet the Scottish Government's budget is worth £1.7 billion less than when it was introduced last December. So Scotland is being shortchanged yet again. So will he listen carefully to what John Swinney has actually asked for and provide the funding that Scotland deserves? The Chancellor is proposing fiscal tightening on a scale not seen since George Osborne, and we are still living with the very real consequences of those poverty-inducing policies. The two-child limit, the rape clause, the brutal benefit sanctions. Glasgow Centre for Population Health have been clear that the previous round of Tory austerity caused 330,000 excess deaths. More of the same from this Chancellor is a price society cannot afford. Restoring the triple lock and uprating benefits by inflation is not some victory to be celebrated, but Bernardos have described it as a minimum first step. And the rate of inflation announced by the Chancellor is not the actual rate of inflation now, nor perhaps will it be the rate of inflation by the time this comes into force. They are not keeping step with the cost of living again. Any compassionate government with an ounce of humanity would not have to be dragged here to make such a decision. He talks about uprating the benefit cap. He should scrap the benefit cap. In Scotland, we've introduced the groundbreaking Scottish Child Payment and increased it to £25 per child per week, now available up to the age of 16. There's no two-child limit in Scotland because we value every child and want them all to have the best future. Will he commit to the same? The Chancellor mentioned nothing in his statement for those struggling on no recourse to public funds. Nothing either for asylum seekers trying to survive on just 40 quid a week. Will he increase that support, or better yet, will he allow them to work and to contribute as so many want to do? Inflation is running at a 41-year high at 11.1%. For those in lower income households, the Resolution Foundation says that this is 12.5%, as more of their income goes on the essentials. The price of food is up 16.4% in a year. The very basics like bread and milk and pasta all increasing and squeezing household budgets. Combined with the soaring cost of energy, households are finding it impossible to make ends meet. Cornwall Insight have estimated that the energy price cap next year may come in at an eye-watering £3,702. And I appreciate what he has said on energy support, but his energy support package must be wider and deeper. It must lift those who are stuck in prepayment meters and make sure that they can turn the heating on? Will he listen to National Energy Action, who are calling for a targeted energy price guarantee similar to a social tariff set at £1,500 annually until October 2024? They say all households and mean-tested benefits and disability benefits, those in receipt of attendance allowance and carers allowance, it should be going to people who are living in less than 2/3 of the median household income and targeted to people living in areas of multiple deprivation. We all know that energy bills are not going to be reducing anytime soon, and the Chancellor must ensure that people get the help that they need to stay safe and warm. Insulation schemes should have happened already. The UK Government cut dramatically back on schemes while the Scottish Government invested. Over 100,000 homes in Scotland have been made more energy efficient, while the UK Government have ignored the problem. And now they say today, wait until 2025. It's not even jam tomorrow, it's huddle under a blanket for 3 years until we get to you. It's absolutely ludicrous. Will he consider not a cap but a rent freeze, as the Scottish Government have done to help renters? For those who are struggling with their mortgages, will the Chancellor do all he can to encourage banks to support their customers? And will he fix and expand the restrictive support for mortgage interest scheme to make it more accessible to those who need it? Mr. Speaker, there's little in this budget, in this statement, to give hope to businesses. Many who managed to survive through the pandemic are now really struggling to keep going. Increased labour and energy costs, supply chain difficulties, the crash in the pound have all made a difficult situation so much worse. I have raised many times in this place the impossibly high contracts companies are having to sign for their energy bills right now, and he was not at all clear with them how he expects them to keep going once the reprieve finishes in the spring. They cannot wait any longer for answers in this, because for too many it will be too much. We know insolvencies are already on the rise, and with companies going bust, rising unemployment will inevitably follow. And we know that recession has a bigger impact on younger workers. And when we look in his statement today, what we see is the minimum wage rates still lagging behind for younger workers being discriminated against on the basis of their age. It continues to be unacceptable. There was nothing here in his statement about carbon capture and storage in the north east of Scotland. Why not? There was a 45% hike on electricity generators, more than oil and gas, which will hammer Scotland's renewable sector. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to give the Chancellor some opportunities to bring some cash into the UK Government coffers. The LSE say that ending the non-dom status could bring £3.2 billion in additional tax. Taxing dividends at the same rate as income from work would stand to raise over £6 billion a year. Mr. Speaker, for some time now, big companies have been engaging in significant share buybacks. Oil and gas, financial services and other companies are using share buybacks because their mega profits are more than they know what to do with. They aren't being invested in new development, they're simply being creamed off. It's estimated that FTSE 100 firms are now due to return £55.5 billion to their shareholders via share buybacks this year. The IPPR estimate that a one-off 25% windfall tax on share buybacks of FTSE-listed companies could raise £11 billion any single year as a one-off windfall tax. And even if companies are discouraged from buying back shares under this scheme, this would then lead to higher reinvestment in development rather than in profits. So why would the Chancellor pass up such an economic opportunity? The Chancellor should also grow the tax base by increasing immigration and improving the lot who have already done us the significant honour of coming to live, work and study in our communities. We should thank them, not tell them that they are not welcome. It's beyond time that the UK has a sensible grown-up conversation about immigration, and on these SNP benches we are clear that immigration is an economic good. The OBR forecasts that higher net migration reduces pressures on government debt over time, and he should consider this. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to come to the policy that unites all the unionist parties in this House: Brexit. Tories, Labour, the Lib Dems, all Brexiteers now fully committed to this futile project of deliberate self-destruction. Dr Swati Dhingra of the Bank of England Monetary Policy Committee told the Treasury Select Committee yesterday, "It's undeniable now that we are seeing a much bigger slowdown in trade in the UK than in the rest of the world. Wages are lower, business investment's lower, and the UK is underperforming in both imports and exports. This political choice has brought us here today to the Chancellor's decisions, which will affect us all, but will hit the least well off the very hardest." The economist Michael Saunders said this week, if we hadn't had Brexit, we probably wouldn't be talking about an austerity budget. Put that on the side of a bus.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, Scotland did not vote for this. We did not choose austerity and we did not choose Brexit. The OBR say that living standards are to fall by 7% over the next 2 years. It ought to be of no surprise to anybody that just shy of half of Scots think the UK won't exist in its current form in the next 5 years.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a UK so weak that no one would wish to join it. Mr. Speaker, Scotland cannot be forced to stay in broken Brexit Britain.
Chancellor. Mr. Speaker, I thank her for her comments, but I do have to say she's complaining about economic instability damaging business in Scotland, but she supports the most destabilising policy of all, which is separation from the United Kingdom. She complained about Brexit, but 1 million voters in Scotland voted for Brexit, and we are implementing the will of the British people. Look, behind the sparring in this House, we actually have very good relations with the Scottish Government, and the Chief Secretary of the Treasury has already met with John Swinney, the Finance Minister, and we have good cooperation. I do need to correct her on one point. She said that we're not investing in energy efficiency. What I said, if she listened to my words, is that this Parliament, we are spending £6.6 billion in energy efficiency, and there will be a further £6 billion from 2025. Now, I understand that separation means more to her than anything else in politics. But families in Scotland today heard other things. They heard £600 million for the Scottish NHS, £385 million for schools, over £4 billion to help Scottish families with their energy bills, and that's on top of £4 billion to build the latest frigates. And that is because we are more than neighbours. We are family, and Conservatives always back families.
Theresa May.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome and commend my right honourable friend and the government for their commitment to sound money and sound public finances. Can I also welcome the commitment my right honourable friend has given to innovation and R&D in developing and rebuilding our economy. But could I ask him to go further and to look again at the definition of what qualifies for R&D for tax credits? I think there is more that can be done to boost our economy for the future.
Chancellor.
Well, can I thank my right honourable friend for the tremendous support she gave to science and innovation when she was Prime Minister. And that is very much something we want to build on as we go forward. We are looking at all the taxes around R&D relief. We want to encourage it. There has been a certain amount of abuse, but we particularly want to encourage it amongst small companies who can often be the most innovative. So I will take away her comments and maybe talk to her separately about what could be done better.
Then Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor has unveiled large numbers, or numbers that seem large, but let's be clear. Take the NHS. That £3.3 billion a year is not even Osborne-esque funding for the NHS. It's not enough to keep the NHS standing still. Will he level with us and tell us what percentage of the NHS budget it is?
Chancellor.
Well, I do actually remember the Parliament from 2010 to 15 because I was Health Secretary for quite a big chunk of it. And although I can't, and I apologise to her, given the important role she plays in this House for not being able to do that kind of maths in my head. But I can tell you that in that period, the NHS budget went up by 0.1% a year, and this is a lot more than that.
Speaker of the House, Sir Peter Bottom.
The Chancellor will have noticed that the main opposition party laughed when he talked about stability, when he talked about growth, and when he talked about public services. Those who are watching our proceedings will have noticed, as he will have done as well, when he's making his announcements on how we're going to ease the burden on the poorest and give opportunities to those who need it most, they were silent. Can I say to him, I think people around the country will give backing to his approach. We may have arguments about details, but the key point is getting that stability, getting the growth and defending public services.
Chancellor.
Well, can I thank the leader, the Father of the House, my right honourable friend, and I think he is right. And what I've discovered in the short time that I've been doing this job is that although you arrive thinking that decisions about money are about numbers and spreadsheets, they're actually about values. And today I have tried to express our values, not just as a Conservative Party, as a country, and that means protecting the most vulnerable.
Sarah Aldey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This cost of chaos budget will cause untold pain for everyone. Soaring mortgages, unfair tax hikes, and further cuts to our struggling public services. This Conservative government has plunged the economy into chaos, and now they are forcing ordinary families to pay for their incompetence. For an average family, this will mean thousands of pounds in increased taxes and bills, and yet their local services are being cut while their real terms pay is decreasing. So my question to the Chancellor is simple. Who voted for this? Because it certainly wasn't the British people.
Chancellor.
I think she must have written her speech before actually listening to what I said, because when she talked about soaring mortgages, she might have heard the OBR confirm today that because of the decisions we've taken, inflation will be lower, and that means less pressure on interest rates and less pressure on mortgages. And the truth is that this country voted for a Conservative government because they know that we will take the tough and difficult decisions necessary to deal with a global pandemic, a global energy crisis and a global economic crisis, and that's what we've done today.
Sajid Jaffy.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor rightly talked about the importance of global headwinds, and we've seen two 100-year events in just the last 3 years, and I commend the Chancellor on his autumn statement, and I think it has risen to the challenge that he set out. Can I ask him specifically around growth? He's rightly said how important it is. We know that it's the only way in the long term to improve opportunity and social mobility in our country. He has rightly protected investment on skills, on capital and infrastructure, and on R&D. But can he just say a little bit more about how will he ensure that such investment is spent wisely and for the maximum possible impact?
Chancellor. Well, I thank my right honourable friend, and I always listen very carefully to what he says because of his enormous experience in both economic posts in government and also in spending posts. The reason growth matters is because often it's not something you can deliver in 1 year or 2 years. You need to have a long-term strategy. I talked about Nigel Lawson's Big Bang in 1986. Well, that actually took decades to come to fruition and turn London and the UK into one of the world's great centres for financial services. So every government has a duty to lay those foundations and to make sure that as far as possible there is cross-party support for what they do.
Sir Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm puzzled by the Chancellor's position about his predecessor's mini-budget because he appeared to acknowledge its foolhardiness but then to attempt to defend it. I agree with him about the importance of tackling inactivity, and we look forward in the Select Committee in discussing that with the Secretary of State on Wednesday week. I'm relieved working age benefits and pensions are to be uprated in line with inflation, and I welcome at last the uprating of the benefit cap, which logically should happen every year. Is he also going to uprate local housing allowance, which has been frozen since the pandemic at a time when rents have surged?
Chancellor.
Well, I will write to him on that latter point, but on the mini-budget, let me be very clear. I agree with the priority in the mini-budget on growth, and I agree with the energy price guarantee, which has given relief to thousands of families, but I don't agree with unfunded tax cuts.
David Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is one of the most difficult circumstances an autumn statement has been delivered in my memory. So I congratulate the Chancellor on a remarkably skillful statement today. One of the, of course, fiscal responsibility is incredibly important, but one of the risks that go with it is the risk of worsening a recession that comes. So it's particularly important that on small businesses, on investment, on innovation, he came up with a radical new agenda for growth. And can I ask him that when he comes to deliver his budget in the spring, after hopefully gas prices have stabilised and financial markets have stabilised, he reinforces that agenda for growth?
Chancellor.
Well, my right honourable friend always speaks wisely on these issues, and I think that if we are going to go to the British people as a party that can deliver a plan for our economy, They need to see that we've made progress in the growth agenda. They need to see where this country is going to excel, not just in the next 2 years, but in the next 20, 30, 40 years. And I think that they will reward the party that demonstrates it understands how to do that, and that's what we do know.
Yeah. Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor claimed in his statement that he was being fair and protecting the vulnerable. I think those claims were false, and his measures simply entrench inequality. Freezing income tax bans hurts low earners much more than high earners. And the real terms cuts of in public services hits the poorest and the most vulnerable. He had choices. Why could he not tax income enjoyed from wealth at the same rate as income earned from work? Why couldn't he reform national insurance so that high earners and people of pensionable age pay a fair contribution? Why didn't he address the inequities of the council tax system, whereby a Hartlepool homeowner whose property is valued at £150,000 pays more in council tax than a Westminster homeowner whose property is worth £8 million? And why, oh why, didn't he insist that HMRC do something about the £14.4 billion they lose every year through avoidance and evasion? Does the Chancellor accept that his callous cuts and his harsh hikes will do nothing to fix our unfair tax system?
Chancellor.
Well, I have enormous respect for the Right Honourable Lady, but I don't think those comments really did her justice, because these were £11 billion. These were £11 billion of spending increases for the NHS and schools, which will make an enormous difference to schools and hospitals in her constituency, as they will in mine. And on many of the points that she said, I have some agreement with what she said, and we've actually moved in her direction. On wealth taxes, for example, this is, I think, the biggest ever fall in the capital gains tax allowance. It's a very big change. With respect to high earners, we have had a big tax increase on anyone on the 45p rate, £1,000 a year for anyone over £150,000. And we are publishing distributional analysis that shows the impact of all these decisions, and they show that the biggest gainers are people with low incomes.
Dame Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my right honourable friend on walking a very careful tightrope. I think it is a positive budget statement he's made today. But can I ask him to look at energy in particular from the perspective of every family, where individual families need to reduce their own energy bills and also reduce their own energy usage? There is so much that can be done that I would commend to him from the 1922 committee work that was done to look at how individuals can do things like putting a timer on their Economy 7 boiler. They can reduce the temperature of their hot water, things that families could do for themselves. And the Chancellor could, of course, require energy suppliers to do much more, to go house to house, to help people who are really struggling this winter.
Chancellor.
Well, as ever, she speaks very wisely. And it was a long statement today. I didn't have time to go into the details, but my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will be announcing a plan very much along the lines that she says. It's a kind of new contract with families up and down the country. We are giving £106 billion of support to bring down energy bills this year and next. We are helping people, but we're also saying that we need you to also do things to help improve energy efficiency, and that's why this national plan to reduce energy efficiency by 15% is so important, and we are asking people to help themselves by taking the kind of measures that she says, so that when we aren't able to offer sustained support, people's energy bills are lower.
Oh my goodness. Here's a surprise. Chris Bryant.
That was a bit of a surprise, Madam Deputy Speaker. Don't think you carried the House there. Look, this is really grim. Public finances are in a really difficult situation, and even more importantly, the OBR figures show that disposable income for households will fall after what he's done today by 7% over the next 2 years. That is will he confirm that that is the biggest fall in our history? That is families not being able to afford things, isn't it? Yeah. That is, in the end, at the doorstep of number 10, isn't it?
Well, the first part of what he said is broadly correct. There is going to be a very big fall. But would you like me to answer the question or not? There is going to be a big fall in disposable income, but what the OBR say is the measures that I took today mitigates that, reducing the effect by around 25%, and that is very important. But what I would say to him is that to say that somehow this is nothing to do with a global pandemic, with a war in Ukraine. Yes, you said it was made in number 10, at the doorstep of number 10. That's what he said, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think that is to ignore reality staring him in the face.
Philip Dunn.
But I congratulate my right honourable friend on exceptionally skillful both delivery and content of his statement today. And could I particularly point to the work that he was just touching on in response to my right honourable friend's question about energy efficiency. He has today set an interim target to reduce energy demand in this country by 15% by 2028. The first time that we've done that, as far as my committee is aware, plugging a gap in the energy security strategy, which didn't address reducing demand. And could I urge him, in his discussions with the base secretary, that when designing the work of the Energy Efficiency Task Force, they engage with the industry that's got to deliver this reduction, which unfortunately neither Treasury nor his predecessors in the base department have done adequately in the previous schemes, to make sure that we have a scheme that will endure and will actually work and deliver the reductions at household level.
Chancellor.
Well, my honourable friend understands this extremely well and has done very good work with his committee. And I would just say that this is a national ambition, which means that the government and every family in the country need to work together to reduce our national energy bill by tens of billions of pounds, to meet our climate change commitments, and to reduce the average bill in this country at today's prices by nearly £500. So it is really worth doing, and we're putting our money where our mouth is with billions of pounds more investment.
Ben Lake.
The Chancellor rightly acknowledged that inflationary pressure on the budgets of public services is severe, and as its impact on the delivery of key services. He announced an additional £1.2 billion for the budget of the Welsh Government today. Could he explain whether this increase is a real terms increase to the budget, and if not, how does he expect budgets in Wales to meet up with the rising cost of living?
Chancellor.
Well, because of the way the Barnett consequentials work, this is a cash amount that the Welsh Government will receive. But if they do what the English Government is doing with schools and hospitals, if they do what the United Kingdom Government is doing in England with schools and hospitals, then there will be a real terms increase. There will be a real terms increase in Welsh schools and Welsh hospitals.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate my right honourable friend on a balanced and skillful statement prioritising fiscal stability. He will be aware that some of us believe that the Bank of England maintained monetary conditions that were too loose for too long, but that would also be a mistake to maintain monetary conditions that are too tight for too long. Can he therefore confirm that the anti-inflationary measures he has taken today will mean that the pressure to raise interest rates will be minimised, and that there is a much greater chance that they will fall earlier than would otherwise have been the case?
Chancellor.
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right to focus on this issue, because every 1% increase in interest rates is about £850 more on the average mortgage. So it's hugely important to families up and down the country. Now, what the OBR have said is that the measures we've taken today will mean that inflation is lower than it would otherwise have been. That means the Bank of England is under less pressure to increase interest rates, which, for the reasons he knows, are such a worry for so many families.
Rushanara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Governor of the Bank of England said yesterday at the Treasury Committee about the mini-budget that it has damaged our reputation internationally. People were saying we didn't think the UK would do this. So why doesn't the Chancellor accept that it's because his party has destroyed our economic credibility and crashed the economy that the British people are now having to pay in tax rises and public service cuts the £55 billion of consolidation that he's talking about today?
Chancellor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been pretty straightforward about saying there were mistakes in the mini-budget, and within 3 weeks we reversed them. But long-term gilt yields, which are the thing that really drive the cost of borrowing for the country, are down to the levels that they were before the mini-budget. And to try to say that all the problems that we face now are as a result of decisions that were reversed in 3 weeks is not something that stands any scrutiny at all.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend argued for sound money and sound foundations. So would he be good enough to explain how it is that HS2 will continue beyond Birmingham at a verifiable cost of at least £40 billion when every independent report on HS2 condemns the project and confirms that Phase 2 will make the rail services to all West Coast destinations north of Birmingham much worse? And I do ask him to make the very clear commitment to keep this matter under review at all costs. It's in the national interest.
Chancellor.
Well, he is right that the increases in budget for HS2 are disappointing, but I think a strong economy needs to have consistency of purpose, and that means saying that we will make sure that we are a better connected country, and the lack of those connections is one of the fundamental reasons for the differences in wealth between north and south, which we are so committed to addressing. What I would say to him is there is a bigger issue about the way that we do infrastructure projects. It takes too long, budgets therefore get out of control, and we're just not very good at it, and we have to sort it out.
John McDonnell.
Can I take the Chancellor back to the housing issue? Housing is often the canary in the mine when you're assessing how people are faring within difficult circumstances. Last year, there was a 500% increase in repossession orders, mortgage repossession orders, 160% increase in repossession orders from private landlords. Can I ask the Chancellor now to come back with a package of measures that will assist people in getting through this housing crisis? It could include the issue that was raised before with regard to benefit caps, but also the mayors across the country now are asking for rent control powers, and we may need a mortgage interest assistance package as well as we go through this coming period.
Well, I listened carefully to what the right honourable gentleman says, and despite our political differences, I respect the fact that he is concentrating on a very difficult issue. And I want to tell him that when it comes to the local housing allowance, the rates for 23-24 will be maintained at the elevated rates agreed for 2021. I will continue, as the economic situation deteriorates, to monitor carefully the issues around mortgage repossessions. I've already had a number of discussions internally in the Treasury, and as necessary, I'll come back to this House with further measures.
Damien Green.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate the Chancellor on the statement, and in particular welcome the fact that he listened to his own representations about the need for an NHS workforce plan. I also welcome the increase in money for social care, which is desperately needed. And can I urge him in the future to take a leaf out of his own book and start to develop a workforce plan for the social care sector as well, because that's equally needed.
Chancellor.
Well, my right honourable friend is probably one of the most knowledgeable people in this House when it comes to the social care sector, and he campaigned very hard for it in government. And he's absolutely right. We do need a long-term plan for the social care workforce as well. And I will do what I can to turn my attention to that when we've set one up for the NHS.
John Cryer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2/3 of children living in poverty also live in working households. That's even before the drop in income which is being projected, which was raised by my honourable friend. By the end of this Parliament, will that figure be greater or lower than it is now?
Well, I would hope it would be lower, but I would just point out to him that the needs of people in that situation have been front of our mind in today's decisions by uprating the national living wage, That is up to £1,600 extra for people on low incomes. The extra £900 that people on means-tested benefits will receive next year will make a big difference. And when it comes to pensioners, the increase in the pension rate by inflation is £870. So we are very much thinking about those people.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I welcome what the Chancellor just said about his focus on mortgages and avoiding repossessions, but on the necessary need not to send the wrong signal about defence expenditure, I note that he's skillfully linked that to a future defence review. When would that defence review come to fruition, and in the meantime will he guarantee that there would be no real decrease in defence expenditure?
Well, I would expect my right honourable friend to look forensically at any comment that I make about defence. But I was very clear in my words, first of all, that the Prime Minister and I recognise the need to increase defence spending, and secondly, that the update for the integrated review needs to happen before the spring budget. So this is not pushing something into the long grass, this is making sure we get the decisions right.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The £650 million Barnett consequentials announced for Northern Ireland will go some way in plugging the gap that has been left by an inept Finance Minister in Northern Ireland, and for that we are welcome. But it only goes some way in plugging that gap, but it does recognise that without Westminster firepower, Northern Ireland would be in a considerably worse off place. With regards to the energy payments, which are for a lot of people in Northern Ireland woefully inadequate, 1,000 litres of oil today in Northern Ireland costs over £900. £300 will not cut it in that effect. Madam Deputy Speaker, could the Chancellor outline for us for the third time when will those payments actually be made to Northern Ireland? And secondly, with regards to the next Silicon Valley proposal, does the Chancellor accept that unless the handbrake of the Northern Ireland Protocol is replaced, Northern Ireland will not benefit from those proposals?
Chancellor.
Well, let me say first of all, on the opportunity to be the world's next Silicon Valley, I want Northern Ireland to be a central part of that. And in fact, I think we've agreed to explore funding a trade and investment event in Northern Ireland to attract more inward investment into the province for that very reason. I am very aware that when it comes to fuel poverty issues, it is a different situation in Northern Ireland. I've had a number of discussions with my officials, and I'm aware that energy consumption patterns are slightly different. So if I may, I'll write to him with details on that, and I'm happy to engage with him separately.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate the Chancellor on his meticulous and positive statement, which will be very well received in the science and technology communities. When you invest in research and development, you lay down a path to high-paid jobs, to discoveries that change people's lives, to export earnings. And the commitment that he's made is the biggest increase in R&D funding in the history of this country. So will he now work with the Business Secretary to develop a strategy in which businesses can invest alongside the commitment that he's made so that we can get the most out of the commitment that he's made today?
Chancellor.
Well, there has been no stronger backer of science and research and development than my right honourable friend, and I will absolutely make that commitment. I think there's a lot of the elements in the industrial strategy that he put together that we can learn and weave into what we do next, because he's right, this can't happen with government money alone. We need to work in partnership with brilliant British innovators and really make the most of the incredible opportunity we have.
George Howarth.
Instead of shifting the cost of financing social care onto local authorities and hard-pressed council taxpayers, why didn't the Chancellor look at the possibility of using the money, the £10 billion that goes on buy-to-let, for example, to fund much-needed improvements in social care and other public policy areas?
Well, we didn't shift the burden of funding onto local authorities. It's always been a shared responsibility. But as he heard from my statement, we're putting £1 billion next year into social care, £1.7 billion the year after. And taken together, that £4.7 billion is the biggest ever increase in the social care budget. And I recognise there are big pressures and there's a need for reforms in that sector, but I think this is a very positive start.
Teresa Villiers.
Can I thank the Chancellor for the announcement on schools funding, which, as he knows, was something I raised with him as being crucially important. Can he also confirm, though, that if current forecasts about economic recovery and inflation prove to be overly pessimistic, can we move more quickly than he's announced today towards delivering a lower tax economy?
Chancellor.
Well, she's an immensely experienced colleague, and she is right to point out that there's always inaccuracy in any forecast. There's always variation from fiscal event to fiscal event, and so we do keep all these decisions under review in the round. And but I think it's still important to have forecasts. I think that's better than not to have them. But yes, we keep all these decisions under review.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I take the chance to back to the issues of housing, which others have raised? Raising the local housing allowance merely in line with inflation doesn't necessarily help many people on benefit living in the private rented sector, particularly in constituencies like mine, where, generally speaking, many of those people end up being exported away from the area that they live in. What's more important is actually giving local authorities the power to introduce rent controls in areas of very high private sector rent. It's the biggest problem that many, particularly young people, face in their lives, excessive rent levels. Yesterday, the Secretary of State made a very interesting and very helpful statement on the issues of safety within all housing, which in his remarks means that there's going to have to be much more inspection done by local authorities. Will he ensure that local authorities are sufficiently funded to increase the levels of public health inspection in order to provide a safe living environment for people in all housing situations?
Chancellor.
Well, these are very important issues, and obviously the safety of properties in the private rented sector is extremely important. I'm not a fan of rent controls because I'm worried that that would reduce the supply of housing to the private rented sector. But I would point out to him that we lifted the local housing allowance during the pandemic to help people, and we're keeping it at that higher level.
Steve Brine.
People will note the trademark calm and decency of my right honourable friend today in what was a very credible autumn statement. The current chair of the Health Select Committee agrees with his predecessor, who I'm very glad to see agrees with himself, in welcoming the independent verified workforce plan, which of course is the rock upon which we build a sustainable future NHS. Can also welcome the additional social care funding, the £7 billion over the next 2 years, which, as you know, was a recommendation from the committee, and of course the £3.3 billion uplift in the NHS budget for the next 3 years. Could I just ask the Chancellor, he knows where I'm going to go with this, to work with us and to push his colleagues in the department and in the NHS itself to see the long-promised cancer plan? Because the sharp rises in cancer rates that we're seeing at the moment, of course, have a devastating impact on people's lives, but they're also having a domino effect that is understandably impacting on care across the NHS.
Chancellor.
Well, I'd like to welcome my honourable friend to his role as Chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee. I know he'll do a brilliant job. I also know he will hold me and the Health Secretary to account very strongly and tenaciously on everything to do with cancer and everything to do with public health. And I welcome that because these are very, very important areas.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Coming back to social care, in his previous role as Chair of the Select Committee, I think the Chancellor will remember arguing for a £7 billion increase in social care funding. Will he confirm today's package is nothing like that? Will he further confirm that much of it is coming from council tax increases which give most to the richest councils and proportionally take most from the poorest households? And finally, the rest of local government. That's going to face real-term cuts in essential services, isn't it? This is austerity Mark II and the prospect of financial collapse for many councils up and down the country.
Chancellor.
Well, I have to say I think local councils are welcoming today's announcement because of the the biggest item of expenditure that worries them the most is their social care budgets, and this is the biggest ever increase in the social care budget. But I am pleased that he has read the report into social care done by the Health and Social Care Select Committee when I was chairman. I sometimes worry whether people do actually read these reports. And he's right to point that £7 billion figure. That was about £5 billion in core funding and about £2 billion for the Dilnot reforms. Today we are delivering nearly that £5 billion funding, and the Dilnot reforms will happen at a later stage. So it's not everything at once, but I think it's broadly consistent with what I recommended.
Robin Walker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome my right honourable friend's correct focus on putting education and skills at the heart of his statement. I was one of many colleagues on this side of the House who wrote to him asking him to protect the school's budget, and he's gone further than that with the additional £2 billion over each of the next 2 years. So that is welcome. But can he confirm that it is his assessment and that of the Department of Education that will allow schools to fund the increase in teaching pay that has been recommended, but also the increase in non-teaching pay that they will face as a result of a rising living wage?
Chancellor.
Well, those are details which, within the structures we have, we give schools a lot of autonomy as to how they spend their budgets. And what I'm happy to write to him on those specific issues, but what I would say is that the campaign organisations said that schools needed £2 billion a year. This is £2.3 billion a year, so I think we have met people's concerns.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, the then Chancellor raised the universal credit work allowance for low-paid workers, describing it as a tax cut. Can he confirm whether or not he has frozen the work allowance today?
Chancellor.
What I can confirm is that people on universal credit will see an inflation uplift that will be worth around £600 to the average family. People on benefits will receive £900 of support, pensioners £300, disabled people £150, and £500 off the average fuel bill. So I think we are thinking about those people front and centre.
Ian Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I congratulate the Chancellor for making capital transport projects a central pillar of the future growth strategy. Could I ask him, is he going to be reprioritising any of the schemes that are in development? I think I heard him correctly mention East West Rail, which would be an excellent choice. But as the new chair of the Transport Select Committee, it would be useful to have some clarity as to which projects he is prioritising. And on these other transport announcements on the extension of vehicle excise duty to electric vehicles, will the revenue from that be hypothecated for the roads budget as the VAD on existing vehicles is? Thank you.
Chancellor.
Well, he has campaigned hard for East West Rail, and I'm happy to confirm that as a result of the difficult decisions in the round we take today, East West Rail will proceed, and it will make an enormous difference to our country because of the connectivity it will provide between two of the greatest universities in the world. So it's a very, very important step forward for the country. With regards to the increase in the extension of VED to electric cars, which we're doing at the point when half of all sales in the UK will be of electric cars, this is asking people who have electric cars for £165 a year. Given that we've spent £2.5 billion on electric car charging points, this is, I think, not an unreasonable request.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor said he'll be honest about the challenges we face, so it is frankly extraordinary that he could speak for almost an hour without once acknowledging the economic catastrophe of Brexit. According to the OBR, it will slash productivity by 4%. It has delivered a 15% drop in trade. It will be 14% in investment. It will increase food prices by 6%. It will deliver lower wages, workforce shortages, and the highest inflation in the G7. When will he actually name the elephant in the room? When will he start to actually address that and reverse some of the damage that it's doing?
Chancellor.
Let me say to her, I don't deny for 1 second that Brexit will be a change in our economic model. But whether we make a success of it or not is up to us. And this government is going to make a success of it and make it a tremendous opportunity.
Anthony Bragg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, on this carefully crafted and carefully balanced autumn statement, where you've managed to fill the fiscal black hole without raising the headline rates of tax. You've managed to protect education, the health service and pensioners. And all the research institutes in my constituency, I know, will very much welcome the commitment to keep R&D funding going up to $20 billion a year. And I look forward to grilling the Chancellor on some of the details when he appears in front of the Treasury Select Committee. My constituency is the life science capital of Europe. We suffer acutely from the shortage of nurses and doctors, and I've been working with medical groups to try and push for high levels of training, up to 15,000 places a year for doctors. So I very much welcome the fact the Chancellor agrees with himself and wants to introduce this NHS long-term workforce plan. Can he confirm or not whether, as part of that, one of the objectives of it will be to make the UK self-sufficient ultimately in the training of nurses and doctors?
Chancellor.
Absolutely, because the NHS as it stands at the moment would fall over without the brilliant contribution made by doctors and nurses born or trained overseas. I think it's about 24% of doctors in the NHS at the moment. And we always welcome international exchanges, but in the end, a huge health organisation like the NHS, the biggest health organisation in the world, should be training the number of doctors and nurses that it needs itself. With a 2 million shortage of doctors worldwide, there is no other alternative.
Angus Brendan McNeill.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's funny that the same Tories today are congratulating him, where 55 days ago lined up to congratulate his predecessor on the disastrous mini-budget in what he correctly described as the English government, a sign of things to come. But the question that's being asked by people in Lewis and Harris and Euston Barra is when exactly is the government paying the off-grid fuel support for the likes of those with central heating oil? It's now mid-November, Chancellor. We need the dates and we need this to happen.
We do. We're working on it, and we'll make sure it's paid as quickly as possible.
Darren Henry.
Speaker, I thank the Chancellor for his statement today. It is right, of course, that we focus on stabilising the economy and improving growth, ensuring support is in place for the most vulnerable in our society. This statement has set out to achieve that. But there were 2 points of particular concern to my constituents in Broxton. One was the triple lock, so I was delighted that remained. The other was investment in infrastructure and transport in the East Midlands. Didn't hear anything about that. The East Midlands has the lowest investment in transport infrastructure year on year. Could the Chancellor lay out how the East Midlands will benefit from his statement today?
Chancellor.
Well, I thank my noble friend for his question, and the detailed decisions about what we do with respect to infrastructure in the East Midlands will follow, but I want to reassure him that we have not made big cuts in our capital budget. We've protected it at the very high levels it was increased to by previous Conservative governments, so we'll be in a better position to support regions like the East Midlands than we would have done if we'd made the mistake of mortgaging our future by cutting our capital spend.
Tanmanjeet Singh Nassi.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, after crashing the economy and inflicting upon my Slough constituents and others higher mortgages, higher rents and the highest inflation for over 40 years, the latest Prime Minister and his Chancellor have embarked without any mandate upon austerity 2.0, and they have decided to inflict yet more painful tax rises. Chancellor, in his autumn statement, he kept referring to global factors. So can he point to just one other advanced economy that is raising taxes at the same scale as us here in the UK?
Chancellor.
Yes, the United States raising taxes by $800 billion.
Alberto Costa.
There you go.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Chancellor, you've agreed to meet with me and other Leicestershire colleagues to discuss the worrying situation that Leicestershire County Council has been facing for years when it comes to its financing. Whilst I greatly welcome your autumn statement today, will the Chancellor tell the House and indeed Leicestershire County Council who are listening to proceedings today how his autumn statement will help them with their finances?
Well, I've talked to him on a number of occasions about the problems with Leicestershire County Council's financial situation, and what all councils say is that the biggest pressure on their budgets is adult social care, and I think today's announcement will be welcomed by them for that reason. But I am very aware of the particular issues in Leicestershire. I'm happy to keep engaging with him on them.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just on the point of the NHS, I wonder if he could expand on whether it is a real terms. I spent 17 hours on a hard chair with my father in A&E last week, and I've heard a lot of talk about how the vulnerable are going to be defended by this government. And so, to follow on for the point about Leicestershire County Council, the vast majority of vulnerable people's funding, vulnerable women's funding who are victims of domestic and sexual violence comes from local authorities, from the Home Office budget, from the Justice budget. Every single one of those budgets has been squeezed today. So can the Chancellor guarantee to me that, unlike my father, he will actually look after those vulnerable people and make sure that there isn't a single cutback into an already dreadful service that leaves criminals on our streets and vulnerable people in danger?
Well, she speaks incredibly powerfully, and I hear every word she says. And I will, well, I heard someone shouting 12 years. We've actually had the third fastest growth in the G7 over the last 12 years, and that means we're in a better position to fund public services than we would otherwise have been. So I will take away what she says and I will write back to her.
Andrew Jones.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend for his statement and the important points he's made about the global challenges we're facing, but also how support will be provided to those who need it most. Yep. Can I ask him about capital budgets? There had been some concern in the infrastructure sector that projects may be halted. Oh, excuse me. So I welcome the focus upon infrastructure investment as a driver of economic growth and social and environmental progress. Will he be supporting these plans with skills programmes, apprenticeship programmes, to ensure that the sector will deliver them with efficiency?
Chancellor.
Well, my honourable friend from Harrogate knows these issues extremely well, having been a transport minister. And we need better transport infrastructure, and what we've said today makes that possible. But he's absolutely right. We also need to improve the skills in our economy. We've actually had a lot of change in our ambitions for skills. I think a lot of very positive things like the Auger Review, but we need to make sure we deliver them, and that's why I've asked Sir Michael Barber to advise me and the Education Secretary as to what we need to do.
Now, Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today the Chancellor had before him an opportunity, a missed opportunity actually, as did his predecessor, the one before the last one, mind, to actually enact recommendations from the Transport Select Committee to give Bradford a station. And instead, the government is engaged in an exercise which is in rebranding while shortchanging the people of Bradford. Why doesn't the Chancellor just be honest with the people of Bradford and call this what it actually is? This isn't called Northern Powerhouse Rail. This is actually the greatest ever train robbery of the North.
Chancellor.
What I would say to the Honourable Lady from Bradford West is that she should think about what we have done for her constituents in Bradford. When it comes to transport, we have protected the capital budgets that in the end will solve the problems that she's talking about. We've also found £500 of support for the average household for their fuel bill next year. We found more money for schools, hospitals and GP surgeries in Bradford, and that will make a difference, and she should welcome that.
John Penrose.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say how good it is to see the Chancellor channeling his inner Nigel Lawson by referencing not only Big Bang, but his attempt to get the next Big Bang to happen, particularly with supply-side reforms for 5 key STEM sectors, plus much-needed rollout of the powers for the Digital Markets Unit in the Competition and Markets Authority. Can I urge him to provide us with dates as soon as possible about when these are going to take place, because many of them are overdue and much needed? And can I further press him to say there is a further supply-side reform to do with open data, which could be at least as big as any of the others he's announced today, which could be transformational across large swathes of the rest of our economy?
Chancellor.
Well, I always listen to my honourable friend on matters like supply-side reforms and indeed long-term competitiveness. I want to reassure him that Whilst it's a long-term aspiration to become the world's next Silicon Valley, we want to put those foundations in place next year. And that's why in those 5 growth sectors I said we will review and decide on changes to all the EU regulations that affect our growth industries in the next calendar year to make sure that we put those foundations in place fast.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Deputy Speaker, the Federation for Small Businesses says that business confidence is at its lowest rate since the pandemic. And today in the Chancellor's oral statement, there was no mention of energy support for business. Yeah. Now, in the written statement, all it says is that businesses can expect significantly lower support. I've got businesses, including care homes in North East Fife, that are facing closure as a result. In the terms of reference, also published by the Government today into that review, it says a very high bar. The Chancellor must have a fair idea of what that means. Can he share it with us and businesses?
Chancellor.
We absolutely want to think about care homes, small businesses in her constituency, in my constituency. We're spending £18 billion roughly in terms of the support we're giving this winter. So I think we are doing a lot as a government, but we want people to have the certainty to know what the support is going to be from next April. And we need businesses to help themselves as much as we help them, which is why they need to play their part in energy efficiency measures that are very important. But our intention is to announce that business support before Christmas.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government's commitment to Sizewell C and large-scale nuclear is very, very welcome, and it's noted that Labour's Shadow Chancellor failed to mention nuclear. When will the launch of Great British Nuclear be announced, and will its scope include large-scale gigawatt nuclear at sites like Wilver in my constituency of Arnismorn, as well as small modular reactors?
Chancellor.
Well, there is no more formidable advocate for big nuclear investment in Arnismorn than my honourable friend. And in fact, when I went on a family holiday to Arnismorn this summer, she tried to persuade me to visit the potential site of a nuclear power station with my children, and I apologise that I didn't actually take her up on the offer, but that shows her commitment. Things like the launch of Great British Nuclear, my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, is going to be making an announcement very soon, I hope before Christmas, or if not, just afterwards, because we want to crack on with our nuclear programme.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For the first time in decades, women are leaving the workforce, largely to take up caring responsibilities for their families. So it is astonishing in that context that the Chancellor didn't mention childcare once during his statement. Childcare is vital social and economic infrastructure. The current status quo is holding back women, and it is holding back our economy. What is he going to do about it?
Well, I am very aware of the pressures and issues when it comes to childcare. I would say that £4.7 billion increase in the social care budget will make a difference to people with caring responsibilities, with potentially another 200,000 packages. This is an issue that I want to return to, and I take what she says very seriously.
Richard Drax.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have huge sympathy for my right honourable friend. We are facing severe financial challenges for the reasons he explained so well. But both sides of the House are promising to spend billions and billions more pounds. Can I just remind the House that it is the private sector and hard-working people through their taxes that pay for government expenditure? So will my right honourable friend agree with me that raising taxes on both risks stifling the growth and productivity that he and I both want, that would counter the recession that we are now in?
Well, my honourable friend from South Dorset is right to make the case for a lightly taxed, dynamic economy, and I would like to bring taxes down from their current level. I think we are faced with the necessity to do something fast to restore sound money and to bring inflation down from 11%, which is why we've made difficult decisions today. But yes, he is absolutely right. There is no future for this country unless we get back on the path to being a lower taxed economy.
Steve McCabe.
Well, as we say, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Tory party might learn more from its mistakes if it wasn't so busy denying them. Can I congratulate the Chancellor on a wonderful Not Me Gov performance? But in the interest of candour, will he confirm that what he actually told the House today is that after 12 years in power, the Tory plan is to cut around £27 billion from public spending.
I can confirm that what he said is wrong, because these plans I announced today show that we are protecting public spending in real terms over the next 5 years.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my right honourable friend for his statement. I welcome the protection that he has announced for the most vulnerable, the government's support for Sizewell C, the announcement of a devolution deal for Suffolk, the appointment of Sir Michael Barber to prepare a skills reform programme so that the many and not the few can participate in the proceeds of growth, and his commitment to a step change in the UK's efficiency programme. Can I highlight to him the enormous potential that the Lowestoft Port investment zone can play as a centre of excellence for low-carbon industry? And can I urge him to give full consideration to the proposal that will be forthcoming ahead of the March budget?
Well, my honourable friend is a formidable advocate for Lowestoft and the Lowestoft Port investment zone. And the process for deciding where the investment zones are is going to be decided by the Levelling Up Secretary, but I will pass on his comments to that person.
Kenny McCaskill.
Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor rightly talked a lot about compassion. With that regard, could I ask that he write to Ofgem and direct them that the manifest injustice of higher standing charges on those having prepayment meters is ended, and that a social tariff be invoked? And also, with regard to unregulated fuel, there are businesses in my constituency hanging on by their fingertips, waiting until next year might be too late. Will they undertake to backdate any payment or benefit?
Can I just reassure him that the business support for companies this winter is happening? There's no waiting till Christmas. It's happening now. We've made that clear. What we said we'll announce before Christmas is the support that will come into place from next April. When it comes to the issue of standing charges, I'm very aware of that issue. I'm concerned about it, and I will write back to him on it.
Raymond Chishti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chancellor with regards to the announcements on the National Health Service. The Chancellor has said we are committed to our new hospitals programme. Can I thank the Chancellor when he was the Health Secretary for the fantastic work he did to help transform Medway Hospital in my constituency. He visited Medway Hospital and he knows Medway and North Kent has some of the highest health inequalities in the country, and Medway had some of the highest hit areas with COVID. We urgently need a new hospital. Can I ask him this specific question? We're all amongst equals here. We want fair allocation of resources. How will that criteria be applied? Because on any criteria, Medway urgently needs a new hospital.
Can I say that my honourable friend was an extraordinary advocate for Medway Hospital when I was Health Secretary, and that is continuing, and rightly so. And I will take away what he says. I'm not sure what the exact situation is now with respect to a new hospital in Medway, but I will write back to him.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the statement proposes council tax increases to top up social care funding, but the Chancellor must be aware that in Salford, the 18th most deprived local authority, with a current list of 27,000 people accessing council tax reduction support, any increases would raise firstly only nominal funds, but the pain would also be felt by residents on a huge scale. So firstly, how will Salford pay for its social care? And secondly, what support will he provide to mitigate the impact on those who can't afford council tax increases?
Well, she's right to raise those concerns, and the flexibility on council tax is only part of the way that we are funding the £4.7 billion increase in the social care budget. Part of it is coming from the delay in the deal-not reforms, and part of it is coming from 1 billion and then 1.7 billion from central government coffers. So we recognise those concerns, but what I would say is that this is a package that is designed in its entirety to give the maximum possible support to the most vulnerable people, and I hope it will be welcomed in her constituency.
didn't stand up. Oh my goodness, Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just last week, I met with residents of More Help in Longleat, attended a coffee morning in speaking with constituents in Silsden Town Hall, met with Ilkley Good Neighbours and had several constituency meetings in Keighley, with all asking me for the pensions triple lock to be protected. So on their behalf, can I thank the Chancellor, and can my right honourable friend confirm that by protecting the pensioners with their triple lock, the government will be providing the biggest cash increase to the state pension ever?
I can absolutely confirm that it was the right thing to do, and we're also giving lots of other help to pensioners, including £500 off their fuel bills on average across the country, an extra payment of £300 for all pensioner households to help with cost of living pressures next year, and that's on top of existing help such as the winter fuel payment.
Amy Callaghan.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first round of austerity contributed to over 300,000 excess deaths. This government has made a political choice to impose austerity 2.0. Instead of increasing the benefit cap, will he scrap the cap on benefits? And if not, why not?
It's lovely to see the honourable member from East Dunbartonshire back in the House. And let me say to her that we are doing everything we can to help people on benefits, including a £900 one-off payment next year to help with cost of living pressures, an average of £500 off their energy bills. If they are working, there is the increase in the national living wage, which is up to £1,600. So I think that will really help our constituents.
Philip Hollowburn.
When the Chancellor was Health Secretary, he very kindly visited Kettering General Hospital, which is the #1 local issue in the Kettering constituency, and he will understand the importance that local people attach to the promised £396 million redevelopment of the hospital. The first 10% of that investment is now underway. Can the Chancellor confirm that the bulk of the investment was always going to be in the period 2025 to 2030 under Health Infrastructure Plan 2 funding? Can the Chancellor confirm that Kettering Hospital remains in that programme?
Can I say that it is not possible to be Health Secretary in this country without visiting Kettering Hospital, and he is a formidable advocate for it. And I remember the visit very well, and I remember how crowded the hospital was and why there is such a big need for a new hospital. We are committed to the new hospital's programme. I'll write back to him with precise details of where Kettering stands in that process.
Judith Cummins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Chancellor, for absolute clarity, is he confirming today that Transport for the North's preferred option for Northern Powerhouse Rail with a stop in Bradford is now scrapped under this Conservative government?
I'm confirming that Core Northern Powerhouse Rail will go ahead and that we are protecting our capital budget so that we can do as many other worthwhile additions to our transport infrastructure as possible.
Mark Pawsey.
Deputy Speaker, my constituents in Rugby and Bulkington won't enjoy the tough decisions that the Chancellor has had to make today, but will understand the need for sound finances after the huge expenditure the country has made on the pandemic and supporting people through their energy costs as a consequence of the war in Ukraine. But they'll also want to know that businesses will continue to invest, to grow and create jobs. So can the Chancellor speak about the incentives that still exist for businesses to do exactly that?
I'm very happy to do that, and my honourable friend from Rugby is quite right to raise those issues. So we're doing a lot of short-term things, including help with energy bills, but also on business rates as we move to a new business rate system. We are freezing the levels at which business rates can increase. We are introducing a 75% discount next year for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses. But fundamentally, as a Conservative government, we know that we cannot flourish as an economy without flourishing small businesses, and we will back them to the hilt.
Dame Nia Griffith.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the Chancellor has mentioned innovation. Now, a modern steel industry is absolutely vital to our future prosperity. So will he now earmark the £200 million which was originally contributed in good faith by steel producers and which has now been returned to the UK government from the EU Research Fund for Steel and Coal, and use it to set up a UK Steel Innovation Fund to develop the steel technologies we need to drive growth and work towards net zero?
Well, I'll happily look into that issue and write back to her, but she will know that one of the growth industries that I identified was advanced manufacturing. And I think that there's a lot that we can do to make sure that the steel industry is competitive in this country, and we want it to have a bright future.
Laura Farris.
Madam Deputy Speaker, nothing corrodes living standards like runaway inflation, so I congratulate my right honourable friend for the absolute priority he has given to tackling inflation and bringing it down next year. But until that moment comes, there is huge pressure on household incomes. I've been working very closely with the West Berkshire Citizens Advice Bureau, and their number one ask was that means-tested benefits should be uprated in line with inflation. So I welcome that, and I welcome the unprecedented equivalent increase in the national living wage. May I ask him this? Could he ensure that his department, and indeed BEIS, continues to work hand in glove with HMRC on that small number of rogue employers who try to avoid their statutory wage obligations? Thank you.
That's a very good question. I will happily write back to her with what we are doing and what we can do. And I would like her to pass on my thanks to the West Berkshire Citizens Advice Bureau for the incredibly important work they are doing to support people through a very difficult period.
Lloyd Russell Moyle.
This is a budget of austerity 2.0, is it not? And of course, different decisions could have been made. He could have decided to abolish the upper limit on national insurance, raising over £30 billion and solving adult social care in one fell swoop, along with the crisis in council funding. He chose not to, instead to burden poorer people, working people. But on a specific point around housing and energy, the Chancellor has said that he's going to freeze local housing allowance. That is a freeze at the 30th percentile from 3 years ago, when it was last uplifted just at the beginning of the pandemic, or 2 years ago. Will he please review that decision, along with the fact that people who live in blocks of flats and receive communal energy have received no support for their energy bills, and they need that desperately to come through, and he has promised it before?
As I explained to the Honourable Gentleman, we increased local housing allowance at the start of the pandemic significantly, and we are keeping it at that higher level. But if he talks about difficult decisions, I would say there's one difficult decision on the table today, and that is, do we do what's necessary to tackle inflation? And on this side of the House, the answer is yes.
Yep. James Wild.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the commitment in my right honourable friend's statement to the new hospitals building programme. And given the statement by the Secretary of State for Health yesterday that he would deal with the concrete cancer, which means that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in my constituency has 3,000 props holding up its roof, will he reassure people in North West Norfolk that the government will make the urgent decisions to build a new QEH?
Well, I visited the QEH, and I absolutely understand the concerns that my honourable friend is talking about, and I will write to him about what's happening, but we do commit today that we will protect the new hospitals programme, and we do want to spend very, very important money in our capital programme in the NHS.
Brendan O'Hara.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my rural, economically fragile Argyll and Bute constituency has been battered by a Brexit we did not vote for, resulting in the loss of European markets for our abundant seafood and meat products. What we also have in abundance is wind and water, which lashes in from the Atlantic, something which we haven't just learned to live with, but we've learned to harness and benefit from. So why on earth has he decided to tax electricity generators 10% higher than oil and gas producers? And if there's a 91% investment allowance for the oil and gas sector, can he tell me what is the figure for the renewable sector?
I've had wonderful holidays in his constituency, and I can attest to the high levels of wind and water there. It is one of the most beautiful parts of the country. But in terms of the windfall tax on electricity generators, the rate is calculated to make sure that we are only taxing genuine windfall profits. I think it's reasonable to do it. Overall, these taxes raise about £54 billion. This year and next year, we're spending more than £100 billion in supporting people with their energy bills, and they only kick in over £75 a unit, which is a generously high unit.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend when he talks about the inflationary pressures coming from the aftershocks of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine. We see that at the fuel pumps, and more significantly, our haulage and logistics sector sees that at the fuel pumps, with the enormous level of taxation, particularly on diesel, driving inflation in order to get food, to get goods to our shelves. So as he prepares for the March budget, will my right honourable friend look at the inflationary impact of fuel duty on top of the high cost of diesel and look to see if we can reduce it?
I can assure him I will absolutely do that, and we have a little bit of time, and I know that fuel duty is a very important issue to him and many other colleagues.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister said that he was going to deliver Northern Powerhouse Rail in full. Now, with the Chancellor's announcement this morning, Hull remains excluded from Northern Powerhouse Rail for the next 30 years. In stark contrast to the go-ahead on the Oxford to Cambridge line. So could the Chancellor just explain to me and my constituents, why are the last areas to see investment in infrastructure the first areas to have it ruled out when this Tory government crashes the economy?
Well, as she knows, the economy has been growing faster than France, Germany, Italy, Japan over the last 12 years, so that's not a fair characterisation. What I'm able to do, because of the difficult decisions that we've taken today, is largely protect the capital budget, which means we can do more to improve infrastructure to Hull and other parts of England, and that is the right thing to do. And I would just say to her, if we didn't take the difficult decisions that we're taking today, we would never be able to improve our transport infrastructure, and we don't want that, which is why we are taking difficult decisions that her party isn't supporting.
Simon Baines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I congratulate the Chancellor on his skillful and compassionate autumn statement, and also welcome the additional funding of £1.2 billion for Wales. Could the Chancellor reassure vulnerable residents in my constituency of Clwyd South that government assistance with their very high energy bills will continue as long as it's needed, so that we protect them to the very best of our ability?
That is absolutely what we want to do, and that's why we're announcing today the energy price guarantee will continue supporting his constituents in an average household by about £500 during the course of next year. But going forward, because these are multi-billion-pound programmes, we need people to work together with the government to also improve their energy efficiency. So the other thing that the Business Secretary will be announcing shortly is a long-term energy independence and energy efficiency plan that, if we do it, will bring down the average fuel bill by another £500.
Ian Meads.
Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, in his statement, the Chancellor said it is because of difficult decisions in 2010 that the government could then go on to do several things. But however, places like Gateshead were still living with the drastically detrimental consequences of those 2010 decisions. The decision to incrementally withdraw revenue support grant from councils means that my own local authority is £179 million per year worse off now than it was in 2010. And many local authorities with a low council tax base are in exactly the same boat. We're worried about austerity 2.0, but we're also very, very worried about the continuing consequences of austerity 2010. So after 12 years, when will this government do something about local government finance to prove to people in Gateshead that the words of levelling up are not just empty rhetoric?
Well, you know, he's absolutely right to say how important the Levelling Up programme is. And I would point out to him that the economic growth that we've had since 2010 means we are able to invest in capital projects today. The Levelling Up Round 2 fund will be protected and possibly increased from 1.7 billion invested in Levelling Up Round 1. And we are absolutely committed to connecting areas like Gateshead into the national economy, which means that wealth spreads.
Anna Firth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating the Chancellor on how skillfully he has handled the toughest budget for 40 years, and thank him for listening to representations which I've made to him directly to protect pensioners and to increase school funding for Southend schools. Can he confirm that by restoring the triple lock, this means that all 18,000 pensioners in Southend West will not only get continued help with their energy bills, but the biggest cash increase ever in their pensions next April?
I can, and she advocates formidably for pensioners and other constituents in Southend. The increase in the inflationary increase in the state pension is worth on average £860. There's also going to be a £300 payment to pensioners next year to help with cost of living pressures, and for an average house, £500 reduction in their fuel bill at today's prices. So I think that's a package she can tell her constituents shows a Conservative government cares about our most vulnerable citizens.
Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor rightly claimed that education is not just an economic mission, but a moral mission. So could he explain to the House why it is that he's still able to find £6.5 billion in tax cuts for the biggest banks over the next 5 years, but no money to expand free school meal provision when 800,000 children living in poverty aren't even entitled to a hot meal at school? Hungry children can't learn. So much for his moral mission.
Where she and I agree is on the importance of education, the importance of supporting children and lifting families out of poverty. Where we disagree is on the role of banks, who create enormous wealth for this country and actually help to fund our NHS and schools by the corporation taxes they pay.
Paul Holmes.
Can I congratulate the Chancellor on bringing forward an autumn statement that focuses on the long-term stability that this country needs? My constituency of Eastleigh has a large number of park home sites which rely on communal accounts or individual MP gas bottles. So can I ask the Chancellor to confirm that LPG used to heat park homes, not just standard bill homes, will be covered by the announcement of the doubling of the payment? And will he make sure that the payments to the constituents that need it most is efficient and delivered as quickly as possible?
I'm very happy to confirm both of those points. I have park homes in my own constituency.
Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. From his time as Chair of the Health and Social Care Committee, which we're hearing about plenty in this statement, the Chancellor knows that NHS England spent a ludicrous amount on detaining autistic people and people with learning disabilities in inappropriate and often substandard inpatient care. I know that the Chancellor understands this. He's nodding. He himself said during the committee's inquiry into this that the level of community provision is totally inadequate. Will he listen to himself again? And will he commit to looking into this issue with the Health and Social Care Secretary so that we're no longer throwing money away on substandard care when autistic people and people in learning disabilities could be living happier lives in the community?
Well, she and I have talked about these issues many times, and can I just say, across the political divide, it has been a privilege to work with her on social care issues and to see the concern that she has in public and in private about all these issues. I agree it is a scandal that we have so many people detained in secure accommodation who could be in the community, and I absolutely will work with my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, to see what can be done.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Worcestershire Acute Hospital Trust, which I know my right honourable friend is very familiar with, is delaying returning chemotherapy services to the Alex Hospital in Redditch. Even though the pandemic is over, that means really sick cancer patients are having to travel to Kidderminster
for their essential therapy. I strongly welcome the £3.3 billion of investment that he's provided today for the NHS. So can he confirm that there is really no financial or funding reasons for the Trust not to return these services back to Redditch, where they're so desperately needed?
Well, I think that cancer patients in Redditch will have heard loud and clear that they have a formidable advocate with their MP. I'll happily look into that specific issue, but I think the broader point is that the Chief Executive of NHS England today says that the funding we've found for the NHS is sufficient for them to deliver their core purposes, even despite the inflationary pressures. And of course, cancer services are one of those core services.
Chris Stevens.
Can I ask the Chancellor about his policy in relation to public sector pay, because there wasn't much said about that. Will he first of all look at the nonsensical position that the UK government, not the English government, the UK government has over 200 separate pay bargaining units for civil service pay? That seems a nonsensical position. And can he tell us there's far too many civil servants having to utilise food banks to survive month to month? Can he tell us what pay increase they can expect for the coming year, those who work for UK government departments, or are they going to also pay the price for the mistakes of his predecessor?
Well, what I can tell him is that families in the UK, including families in Scotland in his own constituency, will get an enormous amount of help this year and next, including if they are on the lowest legal wage, the national living wage, a pay rise, an increase in their income of up to £1,600. If they're on means-tested benefits, £900. If they're a pensioner, they'll get the triple lock increase of £870. I could go on, but I think that this autumn statement knits together as a statement that is designed to help people on low pay, including in the public sector.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor has rightly reminded us that the economic challenges we face are driven primarily by global events, especially Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and that's necessitated the difficult and painful decisions that he's had to make. But he has emphasised the need to continue to invest in infrastructure. This is especially important in Aylesbury, where there is massive house building and we desperately need link roads to alleviate traffic congestion and improve air quality. So within the budgets that have already been approved, will my right honourable friend enable as much flexibility as possible to Buckinghamshire Council to deliver these roads, which are so essential for our town's sustainable growth?
Well, I thank him for his advocacy for Aylesbury, and my basic view is that we should give as much flexibility to local authorities to deliver local infrastructure projects, and significantly more than they currently have. And I hope to come forward in the months ahead with ways to progress that, but I'll certainly write to him on the specific issue of a link road.
Mick Whitley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Local authorities all over the country are at breaking points, with Conservative-run Kent and Hampshire County Councils warning this week that they face the very real prospect of bankruptcy. The challenge is especially acute at Wirral Council, which is grappling with a nearly £50 million shortfall next year, driven in no small part by a drastic cut into central government grant funding since 2010. But will the Chancellor accept that his proposal to allow local authorities to hike council tax risks force some people in the multi-private communities like Birkenhead to pay even more in return for ever diminishing services? And will he commit to providing more direct financial assistance to local authorities so that they can continue to provide those services which we know will be so essential in helping local towns like Birkenhead?
Well, this is a package that local authorities have requested, particularly the 2-year delay in the Dilnut reforms, which are very important reforms, but which we are not going to implement, but we're going to leave the funding that was set aside to them with local authorities. So that will help his council and many other councils too.
Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Chancellor's commitment today to the triple lock, to public services in general and health and education in specific. On the previous chair of the Health Select Committee's proposal for an NHS staffing plan, which he may recall I was supportive of, Will my right honourable friend work with the Health Secretary to find ways of encouraging more homegrown doctors, nurses and nursing associates to be trained locally, and not least in the new University of Gloucestershire Health Teaching Campus, which, thanks to the Levelling Up Fund, will open before long, very close to our Gloucestershire Royal Hospital?
Well, my honourable friend's a brilliant MP for Gloucester. I don't want to preempt what this independently verified workforce review will say, but all I can say is that places that are training doctors and nurses now, including Gloucester, we're going to need all of them to train more in the future.
Stephen Flynn.
Higher mortgage rates, higher energy bills, higher food bills, higher fuel bills, public sector cuts, a recession, or the bourach of Brexit, which best represents the strength of the Union?
I think what represents the strength of the Union is £4 billion being spent to build the new frigates in Scotland, and £4 billion being spent to support the cost of energy bills for Scottish families.
Rachel Maskell.
The scale of wage restraint resulting from today's autumn statement will accelerate York's housing crisis. So what measures within the statement will secure a greater supply of affordable housing for local people, not investors, in my constituency?
Well, you know, she makes an important point, and I am in constant discussion with the Levelling Up Secretary about the importance of housing policy, creating new houses for people on low incomes. But I should just say that when it comes to wages overall, the £4.7 billion for the social care sector, which I know she advocates for, will make a significant difference in that area.
Vera Hobhouse.
Speaker, his budget today is forcing everybody to pay the price for his Conservative government's puncturing of the economy, and I put Brexit very much at the core of that problem. So everybody is paying except the big oil and gas companies, because there's still big, massive tax loopholes for those companies who are drilling for new fossil fuels. So I'm asking him this serious question: who is his government, his budget today benefiting? The renewable energy companies or the fossil fuel sector?
The renewable energy companies, the people in the traditional energy sector, they are paying a windfall tax today, and as a result of that, we can have more money for doctors, nurses, people in social care up and down the country. And that means we are investing in the NHS in a way that wasn't possible when we were in coalition with the Liberal Democrats in 2010.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Chancellor confirm how UK households' living standards are forecast to change between this year and next year by the Office for Budget Responsibility? And does he think it's acceptable that real household average incomes are set to fall on his watch?
I think it is extremely challenging that we're going to see a fall in household incomes because of these international headwinds, and today's statement is designed to address that, and the Office for Budget Responsibility say we help mitigate the fall in living standards by the actions we take today.
Kirsten Oswald.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think that people watching the Chancellor's statement today will be very vexed by the fact that he seems to be pretending that the Tories' disastrous mini-budget and their race to the bottom Brexit have absolutely nothing to do with the problems that people are facing. That's simply not the case. So we've heard now that the OBR are forecasting real household disposable income to fall more than 7% over the next 2 years. People are facing a very, very difficult time. So why is he not taking the kind of action that the Scottish Government is taking to protect families in this difficult situation? Why is he not making the choice to do something like the Scottish Child Payment, which is going to make such a difference? And why are his political choices so focused on those who least need them?
My political choices are focused on helping Scottish schools, Scottish hospitals with £1.5 billion more to support them. And I think they do need that money, so that's where we have a difference of opinion.
Ellie Reeves.
A constituent who is an A&E doctor told me about an elderly lady admitted to hospital from a house she could not afford to heat. She had a temperature of 26 degrees and died shortly after. I'm pleased the Chancellor has finally extended the windfall tax, but Labour has been calling for this for months. Does the Chancellor accept that this delay has had very real consequences for people, that the government should have taken up Labour's stance far sooner?
I don't accept that for 1 second, because these are terrible tragedies which we've acted very soon with support worth £62 billion this year to help families deal with fuel price increases, and support next year that will save £500 off the average family's bill at today's prices. We are doing everything we possibly can because we don't want to be a country where that kind of thing happens.
Helen Morgan.
Deputy Speaker, I recently did a 12-hour shift with West Midlands Ambulance Service, and every paramedic I spoke to told me that the current crisis in response times was because of bed blocking, itself caused by the problem in social care. So given that the local government authority is forecasting a shortfall next year of £3.4 billion and £4.5 billion the year after that, just to stand still, does the Chancellor, does he feel confident that he's improving that situation with today's announcement? And can he clarify how much the average council taxpayer is expecting to be putting towards this?
Well, let me just say to her, it feels like she might have written that question before she heard the statement and not changed it, because we talked about a £4.7 billion increase in the social care budget, which is targeted at ending the bed blocking that the paramedics that she talked to were so worried about. That is the biggest increase in social care funding, the biggest increase in history, and as I say, sadly not something we were able to do when we were in coalition with her party.
Davy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Chancellor not have a responsibility to set out all major tax cuts? But he seems to have slipped out a tax cut for the banks. Will the Chancellor now confirm that he's cutting the bank surcharge from 8% to 3%?
We are reducing the bank surcharge because we're increasing corporation tax from 19% to 25%. So banks are contributing to more money for the NHS and schools in her constituency.
Patrick Grady.
Madam Deputy Speaker, where in his statement is support for low-paid, freelance and self-employed people, particularly from the artists and creative sectors? Don't difficult times call for innovative solutions like the basic income guarantee currently being provided for artists by the and piloted, by the Republic of Ireland, which incidentally is a small independent European member of the European Union?
We've announced a lot of people to help people on low incomes. Anyone on means-tested benefits will get £900 to help them with the cost of living. They will see the inflation uplift in the universal credit, which is about £600, about £500 to help them with their heating costs next year at today's prices. So a lot of help. But if he's saying, should we do more to support the creative industries, which are so important for this country, absolutely I agree we should. I used to be Culture Secretary. I'll do everything I can as Chancellor.
Zara Sultan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 4 million children live in poverty in our country. That's 1 in 3 kids. Today, the Chancellor could have tackled this. He could have extended free school meals to all primary school children, guaranteeing that they get a decent meal every day. It would cost £1 billion a day, which could be paid 3 times over by ending the non-dom tax loophole. But the Chancellor didn't extend free school meals or end that loophole. He talked about tough choices, so I ask him, was it a tough choice to protect this tax-dodging loophole and deny meals to kids living in poverty?
It was a tough choice to increase taxes by £25 billion, largely on the well-off, so we can find more money for schools in her constituency.
Peter Grant.
Madam Deputy Speaker, by far the best way to get somebody out of poverty is to pay them a decent wage so they never get into poverty. And I see the Chancellor is nodding. So why is it the nodding Chancellor has today announced that the minimum wage will fall behind the cost of living? The Tories pretend a kiddie-on living wage is even more pretend a kiddie-on than it was before. A real terms pay cut for the 2 million lowest paid earners in the United Kingdom. What assessment, if any, has the Chancellor made of how long he expects it to be before every single worker in the United Kingdom has a legally guaranteed right to that most basic of employment rights, a decent wage that is enough to live on?
Chancellor.
Well, we may have political disagreements on the union, but I hope he will welcome the fact that we have made enormous progress with our national living wage. Today's announcement means that it will go up for someone working full-time by £1,600. That will help a lot of his constituents, and that's before all the other help we're giving with heating costs, fuel costs for people on means-tested benefits. So I think we're doing a lot, and we will continue to look at whether we can do more.
Rachel Hopkins.
Deputy Speaker, and I refer to my register of interests. Today, in response to the statement, the Conservative chair of the Local Government Association said, "We've been clear that council tax has never been the solution to meeting the long-term pressures facing services, particularly high-demand services like adult social care, child protection and homelessness prevention. It also raises different amounts of money in different parts of the country, unrelated to need, and adds to the financial burden facing households." Does the Chancellor agree, and will he commit to working on a fair funding formula for local authorities, including for police and fire services, which we've heard little about today?
Hear, hear.
Well, we always keep our funding formula under review, but I'm absolutely certain that the person she quotes will have welcomed the fact that there was a £4.7 billion increase in money for social care, which is the biggest financial pressure for local authorities.
Richard Ford.
Madam Deputy Speaker. And thanks to recent Conservative chaos, people are now facing both higher taxes and underfunded local services. More than 150,000 people across Devon are currently on an NHS waiting list. For example, Anne Newbury from Honiton had to wait for over 3 years for her operation. Can the Chancellor tell me that they will recruit enough new NHS staff so that people in Devon will not have to wait so long for operations?
Well, he may have heard me say that we're going to have an independently verified long-term workforce plan that makes sure we are training enough doctors and nurses in Devon and indeed all over the country, and I think it's incredibly important we do that.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Poverty is a political choice, and this Chancellor had the opportunity of taking millions of children out of poverty with this budget today, and that included children in my Liverpool Riverside constituency, but that hasn't happened. The increase to benefit is not going to happen until April next year. So can the Chancellor tell the House what are families going to do when they're talking about heating or eating this winter?
This year we've given support to the poorest families of £1,200 to deal with the exceptional increase in the cost of living. We've also got the Household Support Fund, which we're giving to local councils so that they can help make sure people don't fall between the cracks. There's also money for the NHS and care system, which is also targeted at the most vulnerable and people living in poverty. So I think we're doing a lot of things today. There's always more that we can consider, but strong public services need a strong economy, and that's what you get with the Conservatives.
And the prize, that's enough. The prize for patience and perseverance goes, as often, to Margaret Ferrier.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Chancellor for his statement and for remaining in the chamber to answer all the members' questions, especially the last question. I wrote to him on behalf of the constituents of Rutherglen and Hamilton West about the triple lock, and I thank him for listening to their pleas. But a decade of cuts to benefits has meant families are struggling financially. Can I ask the Chancellor to look at allowing families to access more of their benefit entitlement in the face of the cost of living crisis and reduce the maximum amount that can be deducted from universal credit for debt repayments to at least 15% of the standard allowance?
Well, I thank her for her patience in waiting all this time to ask her question. And the issues that she's talking about are going to be looked at by the DWP Secretary in the review that he's doing for the Prime Minister on the increase in economically inactive adults and what we can do to better improve incentives. But we have today announced exceptionally an increase in the benefit cap to make sure that families that are depending most on the benefit system get all the extra help that we're promising today.
Thank you. I thank the Chancellor for his statement and to everybody who for 3 hours and 5 minutes has held him to account at the dispatch box. I'm just pausing while we have a change of personnel, and we now proceed to the business statement. Leader of the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, The business for the week commencing the 21st of November will include Monday the 21st of November, debate on the autumn statement and consideration of resolutions day 1, Tuesday the 22nd of November, conclusion of the debate on the autumn statement and consideration of resolutions, Wednesday the 23rd of November, remaining stages of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill day 1, Thursday the 24th of November, a general debate on the UN International Day of Persons with Disabilities, followed by a general debate on the independent review of children's social care. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 25th of November, private members' bills. The provisional business for the week commencing the 28th of November includes Monday the 28th of November, remaining stages of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill Day 2.
The House, Pangham Debonair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Leader for the forthcoming business and supporting the Ask Her to Stand campaign this week. I thought I'd dress in the appropriate colours. Madam Deputy Speaker, it appears government has simply given up listening to Parliament. On Tuesday, Labour gave them the opportunity to start putting right their crashing of the economy that hiked mortgages and rents, but they didn't show up and we won. You wouldn't think that the government do still have a working majority of 69. Is the Prime Minister's leadership really that weak he can't carry his own MPs on a vote? Labour called for, and Parliament voted for, the former Prime Minister and Chancellor waiving from their severance pay the average monthly £500 mortgage increase families now face as a result of the Tory economic crash. Yet the Tory MPs backed their mates getting over £35,000 over working people who've been left to pay for the mistakes they made. A reward for just days in post in which they caused economic meltdown. Can the Leader say, and with a straight face, that they deserve this reward from the taxpayers? Even under their minority government in 2018, the government showed up to defeat censure motions. Can I remind the Leader that, by convention, censure motions result in MPs losing salaries or ministerial jobs? Governments have even fallen. The government can't just pick and choose which votes they will respect and which they'll ignore. So will the government uphold the will of this House? Will the Right Honourable Members for South West Norfolk and Spelthorne give back the £500 mortgage increase they caused from their ministerial severance? This new Prime Minister said he would lead a government of integrity, professionalism and accountability. Why is he willing to break long-standing parliamentary precedent in his first few weeks? And does she agree the Prime Minister really does need to hurry up with appointing an ethics advisor? Could she give us a time frame? Madam Deputy Speaker, we agree that it's important members can hold ministers to account in this place first, and yet the government briefed out almost every single part of today's statement to the press. This is discourteous to members and to our constituents on whose behalf we want to put important questions to the Chancellor. It's not the first time. It seems to be part of a wider culture of disrespect to Parliament. So has the Leader spoken with ministers about this, as she said she would? And if she has, clearly it wasn't heard or was ignored, so could she remind her colleagues major policy statements should be made by ministers in this House first, not briefed to the media? Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour's Green Prosperity Plan would build industry, create jobs, grow the economy, tackle climate change. Labour's National Wealth Fund would give the British public a stake in energy and climate investments. We'd insulate millions of cold homes. We'd invest in onshore and offshore wind, tidal and solar. We'd make fairer choices on tax, like scrapping the non-dom tax status, taxing private schools and making oil and gas companies pay their fair share. And we've got a proper procurement plan to make sure we're buying, selling and making more in Britain. That's just some of Labour's serious plan for fairer, sustainable, green economic growth. Where's the Tory plan? Today, if you're a non-dom, you've just kept your tax break. For working people, bills are up, your wages are down and you've just had a massive tax hike. The Chancellor told us his autumn statement will help Britain face into the storm. Does he not get it? They are the storm. They are the dreadful soaking rain, the howling wind blowing the roofs off, the puddles drenching us with muddy cold water with every passing bus, if one ever arrives, for 12 long years. A Tory crisis made in Downing Street. They crushed the economy, they hiked mortgages and rents, they presided over rising prices, falling wages and rising taxes, and this is on them. The British people must be given the opportunity to elect a Labour government who would make fair choices and have an actual plan to get our economy firing on all cylinders, and it can't come too soon.
President.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just start by congratulating the men's cricket team on their win at the T20, and also to wish good luck, as I'm sure the Shadow Leader will as well, to England and Wales on their first matches in the World Cup. And can I also compliment the Shadow Leader on her suffragette ensemble today, although given what's happened this week, I would caution her against wearing it in the Scottish Parliament. On a serious note, Madam Deputy Speaker, we had a UQ on the situation in Iran earlier this week, but can I just place on my record my concern and the fact that my thoughts are with the people of Iran, and in particular wake of the decision that was taken by the Iranian Parliament this week. Thank you for allowing me to do that. In answer to the Honourable Lady's questions, I am very keen that all news is heard by this House first. I will continue to make those representations. She will know that with statements of this type, it is really important that those embargoes are not broken, and I will emphasise that to my colleagues. The ethics advisor, she will know, is with the Prime Minister, but I know that this is something that he is focusing on, and she will know as well. The Prime Minister very much wants me to focus on these matters, particularly in this House, and we have had some good discussions about how we might do that and join up actions that this House, our respective political parties and the government are taking to give ourselves the best chance of creating the best culture possible in this place. We have just heard from the Chancellor. The Honourable Lady, like myself, was in here for much of that, but she clearly missed the news that the OBR has confirmed that the chief reason why we are facing these issues is because of the global situation, and in particular Russia's illegal economic war levelled at every household, every business, every school and hospital in this country. We have set out the fact that we are strengthening public finances, we are bringing down inflation, we are protecting jobs, we are investing in nuclear power, the biggest programme of capital investment in 40 years, 1.5 billion more for Scotland, 1.2 billion more for Wales, 600 million more for Northern Ireland, protecting standards in schools, cutting NHS waiting times, funding social care. We're committed to the energy bill cap and supporting those most vulnerable in our community with regard to pensions, benefits and the national living wage. In stark contrast, and the Honourable Lady was talking about 12 years of failure, I think it is Labour who have failed. They're failing in opposition, they're failing in Scotland, they're failing the people of Wales, they're failing to form a plan, as we heard from the Shadow Chancellor today. They are failing to free themselves from their union paymasters because they're refusing to back our legislation on minimum standards. Every single time Labour is in government, they leave the country in a worse state than when they inherited it. The reverse is true of my party. On this side of the House, you have a clear plan. On the other side of the House,